From Blue Coast Studio, this is 500 Light Years to Spruce Pine. Written by Ethan Drake. You're about to go on a hike that will take you 500 light years from the trailhead. And if you'd like more full-length audiobooks from Blue Coast Studio, with new stories released every week, be sure to subscribe. Chapter 1. The Trail. The roots were trying to kill him, and Michael was fine with that. He picked his way down the washed-out section of the trail where the rain had carved a raw gully through what used to be packed earth and gravel. 3 days of storms had turned Crabtree Creek into something biblical, and the runoff had chewed through the mountain's skin in places no one had walked since. Red clay and broken stone lay heaped along the switchback like the mountain had turned itself inside out, and the roots of old tulip poplars stuck from the embankment in gnarled tangles, slick with moisture and just waiting for a boot to land wrong. He loved it. New geology, freshly exposed. Every washout was a window. Behind him, Jen's voice carried clean through the still morning air. "You've been staring at that same patch of dirt for 45 seconds. It's not dirt. It's a mica schist contact zone." He crouched where the trail's edge had collapsed and ran his thumb along a seam of silvery mineral that glinted in the early sunlight. The grain was beautiful, tight and compressed from 500 million years of pressure. See how the foliation changes right here? This whole section must have been buried under the trail bed for decades, and the creek just ripped the cover off. "Fascinating," Jen called. "Can we keep walking?" Michael stood and adjusted his pack. Jen was 10 yards back, one hip braced against a mossy boulder, her trail journal open on her knee. She had her pencil tucked behind her ear and her sleeves rolled to the elbows, and even from this distance, he could see the smudge of graphite on the heel of her left hand where she'd been sketching, the gray joining the faint paint stains that never fully washed off her fingers. She always sketched with her left, wrote with her right, and never saw anything unusual about it. "I thought you wanted the scenic route," he said. "I wanted the scenic route, not the stand and stare at every rock route." She closed the journal and tucked it into her pack, but she was smiling. "Those are different routes, Michael." He waited for her at the turn and offered his hand where the footing got tricky, a section of trail that was more exposed root system than actual path now. She took it without hesitation, her fingers warm and strong, and pulled herself up the muddy step with the kind of easy grace that came from years of scrambling around gallery spaces and rooftops, looking for the right angle of light. She held on for half a second longer than she needed to, or he did. Neither of them acknowledged it. The morning was perfect. Late May in the Blue Ridge, the kind of day where the air tasted green and the light came slanting through the canopy in columns you could almost grab. They'd left the truck at the lower trailhead before 7, packs loaded for 3 or 4 days on the trail. His was heavy with the usual geological tools alongside his camping kit. Hers was lighter, but carefully packed. The camp stove strapped to the outside, her sleeping bag compressed into a tight roll at the bottom. This was their thing. Had been for 3 years now, since a mutual friend's birthday party where they'd spent the entire evening arguing about whether erosion was destructive or creative. Michael had said destructive. Jen had said it depended on what you were looking at. She'd been right, and he'd known it even then. And the fact that he'd admitted it out loud was probably why she'd agreed to the first hike. "So what's the plan?" Jen said, falling into step beside him where the trail widened. "Do we follow the actual marked route, or do you want to chase the washout and see where the creek cut through?" "The washout." "Of course." "The marked trail reconnects about half a mile north. We'll just cut along the exposed section and meet it on the other side." Jen glanced at the mountainside to their left, where the storm's work was written in raw, reddish cuts through the green slope. Trees had toppled where the ground gave way beneath them, their root balls tipped skyward like clenched fists, and a fan of broken stone and loose soil spread down toward the creek bed in a wide apron of debris. It looked like someone had taken a blade to the mountain. "It's going to be rougher going," she said. Not a complaint, an observation. "Yeah, but look at what's exposed." He pointed toward a section of cliff face that the creek had sheared clean, layering open the mountain's insides like the pages of a book. Bands of pale quartz and darker gneiss alternated in folded waves, the ancient geometry of continental collision frozen in stone. "That's Precambrian. We could be looking at rock that hasn't seen daylight in 400 million years." Jen studied the cliff face, and he watched her eyes move across it the way they always did when she was reading a new space. She wasn't cataloging the way he did. She was absorbing, taking in the composition, the balance of color and shadow, the rhythm of the layers. "The fold pattern looks like brush strokes," she said. "Like someone was working wet on wet and changed their mind halfway through." He had no idea what wet on wet meant in a painting context, but he could see what she was describing. The fold had a sweeping, interrupted quality, one layer of rock curving smoothly and then buckling where another layer had pressed against it from a different angle. "Two tectonic events," he said. "First one compressed the layers. Second one came in at a different vector and refolded the existing folds, hundreds of millions of years apart." "So the mountain changed its mind?" He grinned. "In geological terms, sure." They picked their way along the base of the exposed cliff, navigating the debris field with careful, deliberate steps. The footing was loose. Rocks that looked stable shifted underfoot, and the mud had a slick, treacherous quality where the clay content was high. Michael kept his weight centered and tested each step before committing, the habit of someone who'd spent years working on unstable terrain. Jen moved differently, lighter and more adaptive, adjusting her balance instinctively as the ground shifted beneath her. The morning light was climbing. He could feel the warmth of it on his shoulders where the canopy thinned, and the shadows were pulling back from the eastern slope. They'd been walking for about 2 hours now, and the trail behind them had disappeared into the tangle of storm damage, replaced by this raw, uncharted geography. No trail markers, no boot prints, just the mountain and what the water had done to it. He stopped where a chunk of the cliff had broken free and tumbled down the slope, leaving a cavity in the rock face about chest height. Something caught his eye in the fractured stone at the back of the cavity, a glint that was too clean, too sharp to be the dull sheen of ordinary quartz. "Hold on," he said. He reached into the cavity and worked his fingers around the edges of the protruding piece, feeling the geometry of it. It came free more easily than he expected. The stone around it was soft from the water intrusion, the bonds between the grain boundaries weakened by centuries of groundwater seepage. The crystal practically dropped into his hand. He held it up. It was about the size of his fist, and it was stunning. A single piece of quartz, clear as water, with a faint interior glow where the morning light passed through its body and refracted off the internal crystal faces. No cloudiness, no inclusions that he could see with the naked eye. The termination at one end came to a clean hexagonal point, the crystal faces meeting with a precision that looked machined. "Oh," he said quietly. "Hello." Jen appeared at his shoulder. "What have you got?" He turned the crystal slowly, watching the light play through it. "Quartz. But look at this clarity. I mean, this is exceptional." He held it up so the sunlight hit it full on, and the crystal threw a spray of tiny rainbows across the broken rock around them. "Michael, that's gorgeous." "It's the purity that gets me. We're near the edge of the Spruce Pine mining district. The stuff they mine commercially around here ends up in semiconductor chips. You need insanely pure quartz for that, and Spruce Pine has some of the purest on Earth. He turned it again, studying a face. I've seen samples from the commercial operations, but I don't think I've ever found a loose crystal this clear just sitting in an outcrop. So it's valuable? Scientifically? Very cool. A piece this pure, this size? It's a curiosity, not a supply chain. He tumbled it in his hand playfully. But I'm keeping it. Jen's eyebrow went up. Your pack already weighs more than mine, and I've got the stove. It's going in my pocket. Doesn't count. You said that about the garnet in Pisgah, and the feldspar at Linville, and the chunk of pegmatite from Mount Mitchell, and by the end of that hike you were walking like you'd aged 30 years. This is different. This one's actually special. They're all special, Michael. That's why you have a shelf in your apartment that's bowing under the weight of rocks you couldn't leave behind. She was giving him that look. The one where the corner of her mouth turned up and her eyes held steady on his, warm and amused, and something else underneath that neither of them ever named. He felt it land, the way it always did, and he looked back at the crystal so he'd have somewhere else to put his attention. The light through it, Jen said, her voice shifting to the register she used when she was thinking about composition rather than conversation. It's not just refracting. There's something in the internal structure that's splitting the spectrum differently than glass would. The warm tones come through stronger. She reached out and tipped the crystal slightly in his hand, angling it. See? If I were painting that, I'd use a warm ground. The crystal does the work for you. He could see what she meant. The light that passed through the quartz carried a warmth that regular glass didn't produce, something in the lattice structure bending the frequencies unevenly. He would have described it in terms of optical anisotropy and birefringence. She described it in terms of color temperature and composition. Same observation, different language. He slipped the crystal into his pocket. Come on. If we keep following this exposure, we should hit the main trail in another 20 minutes. They didn't. What they hit, 15 minutes later, was something else entirely. The washout had cut deeper here, carving down through the topsoil and the weathered rock beneath it, and into a section of the mountain that should have been solid gneiss all the way to bedrock. Michael was leading, one hand on the cliff face for balance, when the texture under his fingers changed. He stopped. The rock he was touching wasn't rock. It was something smoother, denser, with a surface quality that felt almost like touching warm glass. No grain, no crystal structure he could feel, just a uniform, seamless material that curved gently away from the cliff face in both directions, disappearing into the surrounding stone and soil as though it had been there so long the mountain had grown around it. Jen? She was a few yards behind him, photographing something with her phone. Yeah? Come look at this. His voice must have carried something different in it, because she pocketed the phone without argument and came to where he stood. He stepped back so she could see. The washout had exposed a section of surface about 6 feet wide and 4 feet tall, an arc of something impossible set into the mountain's face. The material was a pale, warm gray, and it caught the mid-morning light in a way that no mineral he knew of should. There was no texture to it, no weathering, no lichen, no staining from the iron-rich groundwater that turned everything else in these mountains rust orange over time. It looked like it had been installed yesterday. That's not geological, Michael said. Jen reached out and touched it. Her hand went flat against the surface, and she held it there for a moment, feeling. It's warm, she said. Not sun-warm, warm from inside. Michael put his own hand on it. She was right. A steady, mild warmth radiated from the material, as if something beneath the surface were generating a low, constant energy. He pressed harder, feeling for give or vibration. Nothing. Solid as bedrock, smooth as poured glass. Concrete? Jen said, but she didn't believe it. He could hear the question wasn't real. No joint lines, no aggregate, no surface degradation at all. He ran his fingers along the boundary where the material met the surrounding stone. The interface was seamless, not fitted or sealed. The mountain had simply formed around this thing. Or this thing had been here when the mountain was still growing. Whatever this is, it's been here for a very long time. How long? He looked at the geology of the surrounding rock. The contact zone where the material met the gneiss showed no signs of mechanical installation, no cut marks, no drilling, no mortar. The stone had grown around the object the way a tree grows around a fence post, slowly, over geological time. I don't know, he said. But the rock around it suggests it predates anything humans have ever built. By a lot. They stood there for a moment, both of them with their hands on the surface, feeling the warmth of it through their palms. The morning was quiet. A Carolina wren called from somewhere in the canopy above them, and the creek muttered down the slope below, and nothing else in the world moved. Michael pulled his hand back and reached for the phone in his jacket pocket to take photographs and measurements. He shifted his weight, his right hip bracing against the surface as he leaned in to get the angle right, one hand flat on the warm gray material to steady himself. Light bloomed. A seam appeared in the smooth gray material, a hair-thin line of blue-white radiance that hadn't been there a second before. It traced a vertical path and then curved at the top and bottom, describing the shape of a doorway. The light pulsed once, twice, and then the material within the seam simply moved. It didn't swing or slide. It rearranged itself, the surface pulling open like a membrane parting, and suddenly there was a doorway in the side of the mountain. Michael stumbled back a full step. His heart slammed against his ribs, and his hand grabbed Jen's arm without thinking. She didn't pull away. Her fingers closed over his wrist and held. The doorway was about 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide, proportions that felt close to human but not quite right. The interior beyond it was dim, lit by a faint ambient glow that had no visible source. The air that drifted out carried a smell he couldn't place, something clean and mineral and faintly metallic, similar to ozone but with a lower concentration, as if whatever process generated it had been running at minimal output for a very long time. "I touched it," Michael said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. "I leaned against it and it just opened." "We should go," Jen said. Then she didn't move. Neither did he. They stood side by side in the morning light, staring into the impossible doorway. The Blue Ridge Mountains stretched behind them in their ancient, familiar ridgelines, green and quiet and absolutely normal. In front of them was a hole in everything they knew. "What is this?" Jen said. Not asking him, asking the universe. "I don't know, some kind of structure. The material isn't natural, so it was manufactured, but I can't even identify the composition, let alone who could have made it." He was talking too fast, his voice climbing. He caught himself and took a breath. "We should document the exterior, take measurements, photograph the opening mechanism. Then we should go back to the trailhead and call the university." Jen was leaning toward the doorway. Not dramatically, not stepping forward, just a slight inclination of her body, the way a person leans toward a painting in a museum before they realize they're doing it. Jen, "It opened for you," she said. "It opened because I touched it. That doesn't mean it's an invitation." She looked at him. Her eyes were bright and wide, and her breathing had gone shallow, and she was scared. He could see that plainly. She was also something else that he didn't have a word for. Lit up from the inside, the way she got when she stood in front of a piece of art that cracked her open. "I'm going to look inside," she said. "No, we don't know what's in there. We don't know if the air is safe. We don't know if the structure is stable. We don't know anything about it." "I'm not going to touch anything. I'm just going to look." "Jen?" She was already moving. She stepped over the threshold with the careful, deliberate grace of someone entering a cathedral for the first time, her head turning as she took in whatever was inside. The dim glow from within lit her face, and then she was in, and he was standing outside alone, and his heart was trying to hammer its way out of his chest. He stood there for 3 seconds, maybe 4. Long enough to understand that every rational, methodical instinct he possessed was telling him to stay put, go for help, don't enter an unknown structure of unknown origin with unknown atmospheric composition and unknown structural integrity. He went in after her. The space inside was larger than it had any right to be. It was roughly the size of a large room, maybe 20 feet across and 10 deep, with a low ceiling that curved overhead in a smooth arc. The walls were made of the same seamless gray material as the exterior, and they gave off the faint ambient glow that he'd seen from outside. The air was breathable. It smelled different from the mountain air, cleaner somehow, with that same mineral quality he'd noticed at the doorway. No dust, no moisture. No sense of age, despite the geology outside suggesting this place had been sealed inside the mountain for longer than human civilization had existed. The floor was smooth, the walls bare, and everything had the quality of dormancy, of systems waiting. There were shapes in here he couldn't quite resolve in the dim glow, suggestions of structure and pattern at the edges of his vision that slipped away when he looked directly at them. The whole space felt less like a room and more like a vehicle that had powered down so long ago it had forgotten what it was. Jen was standing in the middle of the room, turning slowly, her face tilted up toward the ceiling. The glow caught the angles of her cheekbones and made her eyes look silver. "Michael," she whispered, "what is this?" "I don't know." He said it differently this time, quieter. Not the analytical mind building a framework, just a man standing in a place that shouldn't exist, feeling the ground shift under every assumption he'd ever held about the world. The air was warm around them, the same steady warmth as the exterior surface, and the glow pulsed with a rhythm so slow he almost didn't notice it, like breathing, like something waking up. The doorway behind them was still open. He could see the green of the mountain and the clear morning sky through the opening, and it already looked impossibly far away, as if the distance between this place and the world he understood was much greater than the few steps he'd taken across the threshold. Jen turned to him. She was holding her elbows, arms crossed over her chest, and the expression on her face was equal parts wonder and fear, and something that looked like recognition, as though some part of her had been expecting this all along, waiting for the moment when the world got wider. "We should tell someone," Michael said, but he didn't move toward the door. Jen didn't either. She was looking at the pattern on the far wall, her head tilted the way it tilted when she was reading a composition, finding the structure underneath the surface. "There's something on that far wall," she said. "I can't quite make it out, but it's not random. There's a rhythm to it, like it's trying to say something I don't have the language for yet." The glow pulsed again, slower now, deeper. Something in the floor shifted, a faint vibration Michael felt through the soles of his boots more than heard. The walls seemed to tighten around them, not physically closing but gathering focus, the way a room feels smaller when the lights change. The crystal in his pocket felt warm against his thigh. He thought it was his own body heat reflected back. He didn't give it another thought. Outside, the mountain waited. The creek ran its ancient course. The Carolina wren had gone quiet. Inside, the glow was getting brighter. Chapter 2. No Way Out. The glow surged, and the wall moved. Not the far wall with its strange patterning, the wall behind them, the doorway. Michael spun toward it and watched the membrane knit itself shut in a single liquid motion, blue-white seam collapsing inward until the opening was gone, and there was only smooth, featureless gray, where a moment ago he had been able to see green leaves and open sky. Jen made a sound beside him that wasn't quite a word. Michael crossed the space in 3 strides and pressed both palms flat against the wall where the door had been. The material was warm and unyielding. No seam, no hairline crack, no indication that anything had ever opened here. "There's nothing," he said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. No mechanism, no panel, nothing to grip. Jen was beside him now, running her hands over the surface in quick, searching arcs. "Push harder!" He pushed harder, leaned his full weight against it. The wall absorbed the pressure without flexing, without vibrating, without giving any sign that it recognized his existence. "There was a seam," he said, "a seam of light. It traced the whole outline, and then the material just opened. If there's a trigger, it's embedded in the surface itself. But I don't know what activated it, and I don't know how to activate it again. Try touching it the way you did before. Your hip was against it when you were reaching for your phone." He pressed his hip to the wall, shifted his weight, trying to reconstruct the exact angle. Nothing happened. He tried a different spot. Nothing. Jen stepped back and looked at the side walls, the ceiling, the floor. She moved along the perimeter, palms hovering an inch from the surface, watching for any response. The ambient glow had intensified since the door sealed. It no longer pulsed with that slow breathing rhythm. The light was steady now, brighter, and the air carried a new frequency of vibration that Michael felt in his jawbone before he heard it. "Something's powering up," he said. "The door, Michael. I know, I'm trying." He hit the wall with the heel of his hand. A flat, dead impact. Pain bloomed across his palm. The wall didn't care. Even his rock hammer would have been a spoon against this material. "Hey!" Jen shouted at the ceiling. "Open the door! We want to get out!" The vibration deepened. A low harmonic joined the first, and Michael felt the floor shift beneath his boots. Not tilting, settling. The way a machine settles when its systems come online and its weight redistributes. "Jen?" "I know." She had stopped searching and was standing very still. Then, "Look." The walls were changing. It started at the ceiling and moved downward like frost forming in reverse. The gray material was going transparent. The surface itself seemed to dissolve, leaving behind nothing, as though the solid structure around them had simply decided to stop existing. And beyond it, through it, was the mountainside. Michael saw the raw red clay of the washout. He saw the broken canopy of tulip poplars and the dark gleam of Crabtree Creek 30 feet below. He saw the morning sky, blue and ordinary and impossibly close. He could have reached out and touched the rhododendron branch right there, a foot away, except his hand met the invisible surface and stopped. The wall was still there. He just couldn't see it anymore. Jen pressed her palm against the invisible barrier, fingers splayed against the view of the creek below. Everything they knew was right there, inches away, and they couldn't reach it. The floor lurched. Jen grabbed his arm. Her fingers locked around his bicep hard enough to bruise, and he was glad because it was something real, something that made sense. The structure was moving. A deep shuddering in his bones, a sensation of upward acceleration that pressed him slightly into the floor. Through the transparent walls, he watched the mountainside tilt and slide sideways. Rock and soil and root systems peeled past. The structure was pulling free from the mountain that had held it for longer than human memory, and the sound it made was the sound of a planet letting go. Then, sky. Open sky on all sides, and they were rising. Something formed around him. One moment the floor was flat beneath him, and the next there was a seat where no seat had been. It rose from the floor's surface and curved around his body as though it had measured him in the instant before it took shape, cradling his spine and supporting his head. Restraints of some soft, firm material wrapped across his chest and waist. They didn't squeeze, they held. The crystal was a hard knot against his hip, where the restraint pressed him into the seat. He worked it out of his pocket, one-handed, twisted around, and pushed it down into the open main compartment of his backpack, where it sat wedged on the floor beside him. Out of the way, cushioned, forgotten the instant he let go of it. A matching seat had formed around Jen beside him, close enough that he could still feel her grip on his arm. The acceleration hit. It wasn't gradual. One heartbeat, he was sitting in a rising vehicle, watching the mountainside recede, and the next, the weight of his own body doubled and his vision narrowed to a gray tunnel. Pressure crushed his chest. His breath came in flat, gasping pulls that didn't seem to fill his lungs. The inertial dampening took the edge off. He was uncomfortable, not dead, but the margin felt thin. Through the transparent floor, he watched the mountain fall away. The creek became a silver thread. The ridgeline shrank. He saw the switchbacks of the trail they'd been hiking that morning. He saw the trailhead parking area where their truck was parked, a white rectangle the size of his thumbnail, and then smaller, and then gone. The Blue Ridge Mountains flattened into a crumpled green carpet. The Appalachian chain spread east and west, ancient and enormous and shrinking by the second. The curve of the earth appeared at the edge of his vision. The sky deepened from blue to indigo to black, and the first stars burned through. Michael started talking. He didn't decide to. The words came up out of him like a reflex, the way his hand would reach for a railing at the edge of a drop. We're at maybe 30,000 feet. The atmosphere is thinning. If this hull breaches, if the transparency is structural, we'd lose consciousness in about 15 seconds at this altitude. Heard himself and knew he sounded clinical. He didn't stop. The acceleration curve isn't consistent with any propulsion system I know of. No exhaust plume, no combustion trail. Could be electromagnetic. Some kind of field-based thrust. The inertial compensation is imperfect but functional. We're experiencing maybe 2.5 G-forces. Survivable, uncomfortable. Michael? The curvature of the Earth is visible, which puts us above the troposphere at minimum, probably approaching the stratosphere. The Van Allen belts start at about 600 miles. If there's no radiation shielding in these walls, we'll be... Michael, I need you to look at me. He looked at her. Jen's face was pale under the fading blue light of the upper atmosphere. Her eyes were bright and steady, and she said, "We're going to be okay." You don't know that. No, but panicking dressed up as physics isn't going to help either of us right now. He closed his mouth. The weight on his chest from the acceleration made silence feel heavy, physical, like a hand pressing down. Keep talking if you need to, she said. Her voice had dropped, steadier now. But talk to me, not at the problem. He swallowed. He was aware that his hands were shaking, and that the shaking had nothing to do with the vibration of the hull. "I don't know what's happening to us. I know. I don't know how to get us home. I know that too." She said it simply, without reassurance, without trying to fix it. She just held the truth between them like something they could both look at. Her fingers were still locked around his arm. She didn't let go. The pressure eased. The acceleration curve flattened, and Michael took his first full breath in what felt like minutes. Through the transparent walls, the view had changed completely. No more blue. No more curve of familiar horizon. Only black, scattered with stars sharper and more numerous than he'd ever seen. Behind them, getting smaller, the earth hung in the void like a marble dropped in ink. He watched it recede. The Pacific was a sheet of hammered blue. Cloud systems spiraled white across the southern hemisphere. The Terminator line between day and night carved a razor edge across Africa. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, and it was getting smaller. Jen's grip on his arm loosened, not releasing, adjusting. She was watching too, and she let the silence carry the weight of what they were leaving behind. The earth shrank. It became a ball, a dot, a memory of blue. The moon swung into view from the left, close enough that Michael could resolve individual craters, the gray mottling of mare and highland. The shuttle made no sound. No engine roar, no atmospheric whistle, just the deep vibration in the bones of the structure and the absolute silence of vacuum outside. They swept past the moon's far side, close enough that its surface filled the transparent floor, and Michael's breath caught at the scale of the craters below. Ancient impacts, basins hundreds of miles across, the geology of catastrophic events written in stone and dust, with no atmosphere to erode them, preserved for billions of years. And then, beyond the moon, the ship. It resolved into being. One moment he was looking at empty space, black and star-scattered and unremarkable. The next moment he understood that the space had never been empty. There was a boundary, invisible and absolute, and when the shuttle crossed it, the thing on the other side was simply there, the way a mountain is there when fog lifts. The starship was enormous. Michael's mind tried to build a scale reference and failed. It was longer than any structure he'd ever seen. Dark-hulled and angular, with surfaces that caught starlight along edges that suggested design rather than accident. There were scars on the hull, pitting and scoring, and what looked like repairs made long ago by hands that no longer existed. It hung in the void with the patience of something that had been waiting for a very long time. He understood with a cold certainty that settled behind his sternum. From Earth, from every telescope and every satellite and every set of human eyes that had ever looked at the sky, this ship had been invisible. The barrier the shuttle had just crossed was a boundary of concealment. The ship existed inside it, real and massive, and from the other side there was nothing to see. It had been here, hidden beyond the moon, for longer than he could calculate. The shuttle decelerated. The restraints loosened. Michael watched as the ship's flank grew from a wall to a landscape, close enough that he could see panels, seams, a long gouge that might have been damage, or might have been a docking channel. A section of the hull opened. Not like the shuttle's membrane door. This was mechanical, deliberate, massive. Two sections of hull separated along a clean line and drew apart, revealing a space lit with the same warm ambient glow as the shuttle's interior, scaled up to cathedral proportions. The shuttle slid inside. The hull sections closed behind them with a resonant vibration that Michael felt in his teeth. Silence. The restraints dissolved. They didn't retract or unclasp. They simply were no longer there, absorbed back into the seat, which itself began to flatten and recede into the floor. Michael pushed himself upright, and his legs held, barely. The gravity felt the same as Earth. Jen was already on her feet, one hand braced against the invisible wall for balance, looking out at the space beyond. The docking bay was immense. The ceiling arched high overhead, lost in shadow despite the ambient light tracking along the walls. The architecture was smooth and curved, every surface flowing into the next without sharp angles. There were structures along the far wall that might have been storage or other docking cradles, all empty. The scale was wrong for humans. Not dramatically wrong, just enough that every proportion felt slightly off. Doorways a fraction too tall, corridors a shade too wide, as though the builders had been close to human size, but not quite. "We need to get out of here," Michael said, meaning the shuttle. "If there's a way to access the ship's systems, find a communication array, anything we can use to contact Earth." A section of the shuttle's hull opened. Not the main entrance, which remained sealed, but a smaller compartment near the floor. A hatch roughly 2 feet square dilated open, and something came out. It moved fast, multi-limbed, mechanical, about the size of a border collie. It had a low, segmented body with 6 or 7 articulated legs and 2 longer appendages near the front that ended in delicate manipulator clusters. Sensor arrays dotted its upper surface, and several of them pulsed with a faint amber light as the machine oriented itself. Jen had already stepped back when the hatch opened, a quick instinctive retreat that put her a pace behind where Michael stood. He stepped backward and put himself between the thing and her without thinking about it. The machine didn't react to his movement. It was circling the floor of the shuttle in a rapid, jerky patrol, its limbs clicking against the surface with an eager staccato rhythm. It moved the way a dog moves when let off a leash in an unfamiliar place, investigating everything at speed. Then it locked onto Michael's backpack. The pack was on the floor where he dropped it when the seats formed. The machine crossed the space in 3 quick bursts of movement, lowered its sensor clusters toward the pack's main compartment, and pressed against the fabric with its manipulators. Its whole body seemed to vibrate with focused interest. "What is it doing?" Jen whispered. She had moved beside Michael instead of staying behind him, which was exactly what he should have expected. "I have no idea. I think it's scanning my pack." The machine nosed along the zipper, found the pull tab, and fumbled at it with its manipulators. The dexterity was there, but the technique was wrong, like watching someone try to use chopsticks for the first time. It tugged. The zipper held. It tugged again, harder, and the pack shifted across the floor. "It wants something in there," Jen said. "My food or my water filter. I don't think we should let it open that." He crouched and pulled the pack away. The machine froze. Every sensor on its body oriented toward him, pulsing faster. Then it followed the pack, pressing its front appendages against the fabric with renewed determination. Michael pulled the pack onto his lap. The machine parked itself against his knee and waited, its limbs folded underneath it, radiating mechanical patience. Jen had crouched beside them. She was studying the machine with the kind of attention she usually reserved for an unfamiliar painting. "Look at how it's sitting," she said. "It's not aggressive. It's not trying to take the pack from you. It's just waiting. Like it knows the pack has something it needs, and it's trusting you to figure that out." That's a lot to read into a robot sitting near a backpack. "I've been reading body language longer than you've been reading rock samples." The machine shifted, one leg extending to tap the floor twice in a rapid click-click. Then it returned to its waiting posture. Its sensor lights blinked in what might have been a sequence, and Jen's expression changed. Michael knew that change. He'd seen it at a gallery in Asheville when she'd stopped dead in front of a painting and stood there for 20 minutes. He'd seen it on the trail when sunset lit the clouds in some particular way that made her go quiet. It was the look of someone seeing through a surface into the thing underneath. "He reminds me of Skippy," she said quietly. Michael knew about Skippy. The real Skippy. A terrier mix she'd adopted from a shelter when she was 22, all ribs and nervous energy and undying loyalty. She'd had him for 4 years. He'd died the spring before she and Michael met, and she still kept his collar hanging on a hook by her apartment door. She reached out and touched the machine's upper surface with 2 fingers. The sensor lights flared bright, then dimmed to a steady warm amber. The machine tilted toward her hand the way a dog tilts its head toward a familiar voice. "Skippy," she said again, naming him, claiming him. Her voice caught on the word and held. The machine, Skippy, pressed its sensor cluster against her palm and held still. After a moment, Jen looked up at Michael. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears, and something brighter underneath. "We should go see where we are." Skippy moved. He pulled away from Jen's hand, crossed the shuttle floor in 3 quick bursts, and pressed his front manipulators against the hull. A clean rectangular opening appeared in the wall, with a ramp extending smoothly to the floor of the docking bay. No warning, no consultation. He'd simply decided it was time. They stepped out into the starship. The air was breathable, comfortable, with a faint sweetness under a mineral quality. No sensation of altitude. A full atmosphere generated by systems that had been running without maintenance for what might have been millennia. Their footsteps echoed in the docking bay. Skippy scurried ahead of them, then doubled back to check on them, then raced ahead again. His path kept looping past Michael's pack, which Michael had shouldered. Each time Skippy passed, his sensors flared toward the main compartment. "He really wants whatever's in your bag," Jen said. "Trail mix, dried mango, an Nalgene bottle? I don't think alien robots eat trail mix." "Maybe he's got good taste." Lights activated as they walked. Not all at once, in sequence, tracking their movement down a corridor that led deeper into the ship. Each panel glowed to life a few steps ahead and held steady behind them, as though the ship was paying attention to exactly where they were and wanted them to know it. The corridor opened into a space that stopped Michael in his tracks. It was a command center. He knew that instinctively, the way you know a cockpit from a cabin, even if you've never flown. The room was circular and vast, at least 60 feet across, with a domed ceiling that arced high enough to disappear into shadow. The far wall was a sweep of transparent hull, and beyond it, nothing but stars. And then the displays activated. They emerged from the curved walls like thought made visible. Holographic projections with a solidity and depth that made them look like 3-dimensional objects hanging in the air. Star charts, navigation grids, constellations rendered in configurations Michael had never seen, connected by lines that pulsed with data he couldn't read. Alien glyphs scrolled along the borders of each display, moving with a rhythm that suggested structure underneath the surface, meaning in the pattern. In the center of the room, a large display showed what Michael recognized as a solar system. A yellow-white star, 8 or 9 orbiting bodies rendered to scale. For one wild second, he thought it was their solar system. Then he counted the planets. Then he looked at the orbital spacings. It was similar, but wrong. A different star, a different system. A waypoint, a destination. Michael studied the displays, trying to extract meaning from the alien notation. Skippy had settled beside his backpack, sensors still trained on the main compartment, patient and immovable. Jen was moving slowly around the perimeter of the command center, her artist's eye tracing the architecture, the proportions, the way every surface flowed into the next. "It's all designed to be read from here," she said, standing near the center. "The sight lines, the way the displays wrap around, this is where someone would stand to see everything at once." Michael nodded. She was right. The room had a focal point, an intended perspective, and Jen had found it by instinct. He walked to the transparent wall. Beyond it, the stars hung motionless and brilliant in the void. The moon's scarred surface was visible in the middle distance, and somewhere far behind them, Earth was a pale blue point he could cover with his thumb. Skippy stirred. The drone lifted his sensor cluster from the backpack and oriented toward the floor. His limbs unfolded, and he trotted to the center of the room, directly beneath the solar system display, and tapped the floor 3 times in rapid succession. Click, click, click. The deep vibration came on all at once, a resonance that Michael felt in his molars and his collarbone and the soles of his feet. The star charts shifted. Every navigation line realigned, converging on that unfamiliar solar system at the center of the room. Through the transparent wall, the stars moved. They were stretching, elongating. Each point of light pulled into a thin, bright line aimed at a vanishing point directly ahead of the ship. The lines lengthened, fattened, blurred together. The darkness between them compressed, and the light merged until the view was a tunnel of radiance that had no analog in any physics Michael had ever studied. The ship lurched once, gently, like a train leaving a station. And then the acceleration was gone, replaced by a smooth, sourceless sense of forward motion. They were moving at a speed that the stretching light suggested was so far beyond anything in human experience that the numbers meant nothing. Michael sat down. He didn't choose a place. His legs simply stopped holding him, and he dropped where he was, on the smooth floor of the command center, with the star tunnel blazing through the transparent wall and the alien displays cycling data above his head. The enormity of it landed on him all at once. They were inside an alien starship, traveling at superluminal speeds toward an unknown destination in a solar system he couldn't identify, with no way to communicate with home, no way to turn the ship around, no supplies beyond what was in their packs. His mind reached for categories, for models, for any structure that would make this comprehensible, and found nothing. Every system of understanding he possessed was a tool designed for a world that now existed behind him as a dot of blue light that wasn't even visible anymore. His hands had stopped shaking. They were perfectly still now, resting on his thighs. The stillness was worse than the shaking had been. Jen sat beside him, not across from him, not at a polite distance. She lowered herself to the floor and pressed her shoulder against his, and the contact was warm and solid and exactly the right amount of weight. She didn't say anything. She was just there, breathing, present, watching the impossible light with him. Skippy settled next to the backpack on the floor. The drone tucked his legs beneath his body and oriented his sensors toward the main compartment, then went still. The amber glow of his sensor lights dimmed to a low, patient pulse. Time passed. Michael didn't know how much. The light tunnel didn't change. The displays cycled through data he couldn't read. The ship hummed around them, vast and alive, and indifferent to their smallness. "Jen?" he said eventually. His voice sounded foreign in the enormous space. "I don't have any way to explain what's happening to us. I know. That's never happened to me before. I always have a way in. Some angle, some framework. Even if I'm wrong, I can build a working model and test it and revise it. This is... He stopped. He looked at the star tunnel. I don't have a model for that. Jen was quiet for a moment. Then she said, The stars look like brush strokes. He glanced at her. Like someone took every point of light in the sky and drew them out into lines, all converging on the same vanishing point, the way perspective lines converge in a painting. She paused. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Michael looked at the star tunnel through her words. He had been seeing velocity and wavelength distortion and relativistic effects without a theoretical framework, and she had been seeing a painting. Both were true. Both were real. And for a moment, looking at it the way she described it, all those lines of light converging on a single point ahead of them, he felt the beauty of it land somewhere below his chest. He looked at Jen. She was watching the light, and the light was on her face, and his analytical mind was quiet for the first time since the door had sealed. Yeah, he said. It really is. Skippy's sensors pulsed once against the backpack and went dark. The ship carried them forward, and the light at the end of the tunnel burned with the steady patience of something that had been waiting for a very long time for them to arrive. Chapter 3. The Dead System. Jen woke to Michael shaking her shoulder. She hadn't meant to fall asleep. The last thing she remembered was sitting beside Michael on the command center floor, watching the star tunnel blaze through the transparent wall, talking less and less as the hours wore on. At some point, she'd slid sideways until her shoulder rested against his, and her head found the warm slope of his arm. The hum of the ship had been so deep and steady that it had become indistinguishable from silence, and that silence had pulled her under. Hey, Michael's voice was low, careful. We should figure out what we have. She sat up. The star tunnel was still there, the light still pouring through the wall in those impossible converging lines. But the urgency of it had faded the way a thunderstorm fades when you realize it isn't going to kill you. Skippy was already up, if he'd ever been down. The drone had abandoned his post beside Michael's backpack and was trotting along the curved wall in that jerky, purposeful way of his, pausing every few feet to tap a manipulator against the surface. Each tap produced a different response. A faint glow here, a shifting of color there. Once, a panel that dilated open to reveal a shallow alcove containing nothing. He's been doing that for about 20 minutes, Michael said. He was kneeling beside his backpack, which he'd unzipped and emptied in a neat grid on the floor. I think he's showing us around. Or looking for something. Also possible. Jen stretched, wincing. Sleeping on a smooth alien floor was roughly equivalent to sleeping on a gymnasium hardwood. She got to her feet and looked at Michael's inventory. He'd arranged everything in rows, food in one line, water and filtration in another, miscellaneous gear in a third. The fist-sized quartz crystal sat at the end of the miscellaneous row, its hexagonal termination catching the ambient light and throwing faint prismatic color across the smooth floor. Her own pack sat unopened beside his. Okay, he said, and she recognized the tone. This was Michael in planning mode. We packed for 3, maybe 4 days on the trail. We've already eaten a couple of granola bars and some dried mango since launch. That was maybe 3-4 hours ago. We slept through a good chunk of the transit. You tracked what we ate? I always track what we eat on multi-day hikes. That is both reassuring and deeply unsurprising. He laid his hand flat beside each row as he talked, pointing without touching. What we have left? 2 granola bars, 2 protein bars, a bag of trail mix, 1 bag of dried mango, a bag of almonds, 1 freeze-dried meal, and the oatmeal packets. Your pack has the stove and fuel. Water's not a problem. He nodded toward the wall where Skippy had revealed another shallow alcove, this one containing a small recessed basin. That dispenser works. I tested it. Water tastes clean, faintly sweet, nothing I can identify as harmful. You drank alien water already? Someone had to. He said this with the absolute matter-of-factness of a man who had weighed a risk, made a decision, and moved on. It's been about 2 hours, and my stomach's fine. If it was toxic, I'd know by now. Unless it's a slow toxin. Then I'll die informed. He picked up a granola bar, turned it over in his fingers, set it back down. Here's the math. We don't know how long we'll be wherever we're going, but the transit time gives us a baseline. Call it 5 hours each way. We ate 2 granola bars and some dried mango on this leg, so I'm setting aside the same for the return trip. 2 bars and the rest of the mango. Those go back in the pack, and we don't touch them until we're headed home. Everything else is our planet-side supply. That gives us roughly 3 days of food on the ground, maybe 4 if we cut portions. That means 2 meals each per day instead of 3, and smaller portions. Half a bar and whatever we can stretch alongside it per meal. Nothing between meals. We save the protein bars for last. Those have the most calories per gram. The freeze-dried meal we eat early, while we still have stove fuel and energy to spare. If things go sideways at the end, we'll want the bars and whatever nuts are left. Portable. No cooking required. You're rationing us. I'm keeping us alive. He looked up at her, and his expression softened. I know it's not a lot, but if we're disciplined about it, we won't go hungry. We'll just go a little less full than we'd like. Jen opened her own pack, pulled out the camp stove and fuel canister, and set them beside his supplies. 3 days. 3 days with some margin. 2.5 if we're generous with portions. Let's not be generous with portions. Agreed. She sat back on her heels and looked at the inventory. 4 bars, a bag of trail mix, some almonds, oatmeal, and a freeze-dried meal. Their entire survival margin for an interstellar journey could fit inside a single grocery bag. Skippy chose that moment to come trotting back from his wall survey. His sensors swept across the grid of items on the floor, pausing, briefly but unmistakably, on the quartz crystal before moving on. He circled the pack once and nudged the compartment again. "Still hungry, buddy?" Michael said. "I don't think you eat granola." Skippy ignored him. He nosed at the compartment a final time, then turned and scurried toward the far wall, where he tapped a specific spot 3 times. A drawer extended smoothly from what had looked like unbroken surface. Inside was a flat, palm-sized object, dark and slightly curved, with a surface that caught the ambient light in a way that reminded Jen of wet slate. Skippy picked it up with both manipulators and carried it back to Jen. Not to Michael. To Jen. He held it up toward her hands with the careful deliberation of a dog bringing a ball. "Thank you," she said, taking it. The object was warm and lighter than it looked. Its surface shifted under her fingertips, colors moving beneath a membrane-like skin. When she turned it over, faint patterns flickered across the face and vanished. "Some kind of device," Michael said, moving to look over her shoulder. "Display, maybe? Interface?" Jen touched the surface with her thumb. The patterns flared and stabilized into a grid of alien glyphs, each one distinct, arranged in clusters she couldn't immediately parse. Some glyphs glowed brighter than others. Some seemed to move. She pressed one of the brighter glyphs. The displays scattered into noise, then reformed. No change she could identify. She tried a dimmer glyph. A cascade of symbols poured across the surface, layering and branching until they looked like roots spreading from a central point. And then they were gone. Blank screen. "Okay," she said. "That didn't work." She tried again, pressing 2 glyphs in sequence, choosing them because their visual weight felt related. The tablet produced a brief pulse of amber light and a scatter of symbols she couldn't read. They reformed into a new arrangement, but when she tried to follow the new pattern, the display went blank again. Michael reached over her shoulder. "Let me try something. If I map which individual glyphs produce which responses, we can build a basic vocabulary. Cross-reference the ones that appear in multiple sequences." She handed it to him. He worked methodically, pressing 1 glyph at a time and narrating what he saw. "This one produces a branching pattern. Same one as before, different arrangement. This cluster always appears together. These 2 glyphs share a common element, like a root morpheme." After 10 minutes, he had a list of observations in his head and nothing else. The same input produced different responses depending on context he couldn't identify, and his systematic cataloging kept running into the same wall. The relationships between glyphs followed rules he couldn't extract from the data. "The logic is in there," he said, frustrated. "But it's not linguistic. It's not mathematical. At least not in any system I recognize. There's structure, but I can't find the grammar." Jen took the tablet back. She sat cross-legged on the floor and propped her trail journal on her knee, open to a blank page. For the next half hour, she stopped trying to read the glyphs and started trying to draw them. Not individual symbols, but the relationships between them. Where they sat relative to each other. Which ones drew her eye first? The spaces between them. The negative spaces. The rhythm of how the clusters breathed. She filled 3 pages with sketches. Glyph clusters copied from the tablet's display, connected by lines and annotations in her own shorthand. Arrows traced the path her eye traveled through each arrangement. Some she crossed out with hard, frustrated strokes. Others she circled and connected to similar configurations from different displays. It wasn't working. Or rather, it was working the way a puzzle works when you can see that the pieces belong together, but you're trying to force connections from the wrong angle. She kept reaching for compositional relationships that felt right to her. Visual weight balanced across a central axis, heavier elements anchoring lighter ones, the kind of harmonic structure she'd been trained to read in every painting, photograph, and gallery installation she'd ever studied. The alien arrangements kept almost matching those expectations, and then veering away. She sat back and rubbed her eyes. "These aren't random," she said. "I can feel the structure, but it's like trying to read sheet music when you've only ever played by ear. The notes are there, the relationships are there, but the scale is different. Whatever interval system they're using, it's not mine." "So we need to learn their scale." "We need to learn their scale." She went back to the larger displays in the command center. The holographic projections overhead had the same glyph vocabulary as the tablet, but at a much greater scale. Where the tablet showed her clusters of 6 or 8 symbols, the overhead displays showed dozens, flowing in sequences that shifted and reformed in real time. More data, more context, more room for the pattern to reveal itself. She stood in the center of the room and let her eyes go soft, not focused on any single glyph, not trying to read, just looking, the way she looked at a painting she'd never seen before. Taking in the whole composition first, letting the relationships between elements declare themselves before she interrogated any individual part. 10 minutes. 15. The displays cycled, reformed, cycled again. Skippy watched from the floor, sensor cluster tracking her gaze. And slowly, something began to shift. She'd been mapping the glyph relationships against her own visual grammar, trying to read them the way she'd read a Western composition, left to right, heavy to light, focal point drawing the eye through a planned sequence of visual beats. But the alien compositions weren't built that way. Their visual weight didn't settle the way she expected. The center of gravity was different. The hierarchy was different. The path the eye was supposed to travel through the arrangement was different. Not wrong. Different. She felt it the way you feel the moment a foreign language stops sounding like noise and starts sounding like sentences. Not translation. Recognition. She went back to the tablet, drew a breath, arranged a sequence based on what she now understood. The alien visual hierarchy, the way their compositions weighted the upper register more heavily than an Earth-trained eye expected. The way negative space between glyph clusters wasn't empty, but directional, pointing the viewer toward the next element in the sequence, rather than providing rest. She pressed 4 glyphs in an order that felt right. Not right by her instincts, right by theirs. The tablet pulsed once, a clean, clear amber glow, steady and warm, holding for 3 full seconds before it faded. And the overhead displays shifted. The cycling data streams paused, organized themselves, and presented a new arrangement. A single coherent image showing their position within the star tunnel, a destination marker ahead, a point of origin behind. The ship had understood her. "Oh," she said. Michael's head came up. He crossed to her and looked at the tablet, then at the overhead display, then back at her. "Jen, what did you do?" "I arranged the glyphs in viewing order. Their viewing order, not mine." She swallowed. Her heart was beating hard. "The way the compositions are built, there's a hierarchy, but it's not the same hierarchy I was looking for. The visual weight sits differently. Once I stopped trying to read it like one of my paintings and started reading it like one of theirs, the sequence was just there." Michael stared at the display. The navigation image hung above them, clean and unmistakable. 2 points connected by a glowing line, one behind, one ahead. "That was incredible," he said. His voice was low, genuinely awed. "You just communicated with an alien intelligence." Something moved across his face as he said it. A flicker, quick and unreadable, gone before she could name it. His jaw shifted slightly, and then he was smiling at her, warm and real, and the flicker was buried. She filed it in the back of her mind the way she filed visual details that didn't yet belong to a composition. Noted, stored, unexamined. Because what she was examining instead was the voice in her head that had already arrived at its verdict. She'd spent the better part of an hour failing. 3 pages of crossed-out sketches, dozens of wrong inputs that produced nothing but noise and blank screens, studying the overhead displays until her eyes ached. And then one arrangement worked. 1 out of how many attempts? "I just got lucky with the visual," she said. She meant it completely. Michael nodded. "Well, keep being lucky. Can you ask it where we're going?" He was already moving on. His acceptance of her framing was easy and immediate, and some part of her registered this as exactly what she expected. He didn't argue because there was nothing to argue with. She turned back to the tablet and began trying another arrangement. Her hands were steady and her breathing was even, and the small, fierce spark that had flared in her chest when the display responded was already dimming, already being folded into the safer narrative. Something to fold carefully away, the way she folded away sketches that came out better than she thought she deserved. The star tunnel blazed on. The ship carried them forward. Jen spent another hour with the tablet, building on what she'd learned. She managed 2 more partial exchanges with the AI, each one requiring sustained concentration and several false starts, and neither producing results she fully understood. The first yielded a display she couldn't interpret at all, a dense cluster of data that Michael studied with narrowed eyes before admitting the alien units defeated him. The second produced something slightly clearer, a countdown, or at least something that behaved like one, a diminishing sequence that seemed to measure their remaining transit time. But for every arrangement that produced a response, a dozen others dissolved into noise or blank screens. The tablet's visual logic kept slipping away from her, like a melody she could hum but not yet sing. She had found a foothold, not a language. "If I'm reading this right," Michael said, "we're still about 2 hours out." "From where?" "From that." He pointed to the destination marker on the overhead display, the unfamiliar solar system hanging above them in holographic clarity. 2 hours, give or take, assuming the intervals are regular. Jen looked at the display. 8 or 9 planets orbiting a star that was rendered slightly warmer in color than Earth's sun. She wrote in her trail journal, "Visual weight sits higher than expected. Negative space is directional. The eye follows a different path." She sketched the glyph arrangement that had worked, annotating the viewing order with arrows and the weight distribution with darker shading. Below it, she wrote, "Not translating, tuning." Skippy spent the remaining transit time making circuits between Michael's backpack and a spot on the far wall. Each time he reached the wall, he paused and ran his manipulators across a section of the surface in a pattern that looked deliberate. "I think he's trying to show us something over there," Michael said. "Or he really, really wants what's in my pack. He can't still be interested in the trail mix. Maybe he's a granola connoisseur." Skippy completed his circuit, touched the pack, and headed back to the wall. This time Michael followed him. The drone tapped the surface twice, and a narrow panel dilated open, revealing a compartment containing several objects Jen couldn't identify. Skippy reached in, manipulated something with his front appendages, and pulled back without taking anything. He looked at Michael, then at the backpack, then at the compartment. He tapped the wall again, twice, the same deliberate rhythm. "I don't know what you want, buddy," Michael said. Skippy tilted his sensor cluster at a steep angle, held it there for 2 seconds, and scurried back to the pack. He made a soft whirring sound and settled beside it. Jen watched from across the room, her fingers still resting on the tablet. Something about the exchange tugged at her. Skippy's fixation on the backpack was persistent and specific, always the main compartment where the quartz had been, never the food laid out in rows right beside him. But she didn't follow the thought. She was too busy trying to arrange another glyph sequence, reaching for the alien visual logic she'd glimpsed and finding it elusive, like a word on the tip of her tongue. The tunnel of light went out. No transition, no gradual dimming. One moment, the converging lines of radiance filled the transparent wall, and the next, the wall showed darkness. Ordinary darkness, pierced by ordinary stars. Not the right stars, not in any pattern she'd ever seen, but recognizable as stars rather than the stretched and distorted light of faster-than-light travel. Michael got to his feet. Jen stood beside him, tablet in hand. Skippy went absolutely still. The command center displays flared. Every holographic projection shifted simultaneously, navigation data reorganizing around the system that now occupied the central display. The star was there, real now instead of a projection. A warm point of light visible through the transparent wall, slightly more orange than the sun she'd grown up under. Close enough to show a visible disk. But the planets weren't alone. Between them, around them, drifting in slow tumbling clouds, were the remains of something vast and broken. The display highlighted them in amber, irregular shapes, clearly artificial, scattered through the inner system in a debris field so dense that portions of it caught the orange starlight and glowed. Structural fragments, the severed limbs of space stations or habitats, or things she had no name for. Edges that had once been clean and purposeful, now jagged and torn, trailing smaller pieces behind them in gravitational wakes. "Oh God," Jen whispered. Michael stepped closer to the transparent wall. His eyes moved across the debris field with the systematic sweep she'd seen him use on cliff faces and rock formations. "This isn't battle damage," he said. "Look at the dispersal pattern. Battle damage is radial. Explosive force throws debris outward from a point of detonation. This is sequential. The structures were taken apart section by section, outside in, and the fragment drift rates. At this scale, with this much separation between pieces, you're looking at thousands of years of dispersal, maybe tens of thousands. Whatever did this didn't destroy them. It harvested them." He traced the path of a large fragment with his finger. "And the distribution isn't random. There's a gradient. Denser concentration near the star, thinning toward the outer system. Whatever was consuming these structures worked inward, started at the edges, and ate toward the center." Jen was looking at the spaces between the fragments. The negative space. The volume of empty where things used to be. The absence had a shape to it, a rhythm, the way a room holds the memory of furniture after it's been cleared. She could feel the composition of what was missing, and the scale of it pressed against her chest like a held breath. She opened her trail journal and began to draw. Not the fragments themselves, but the shapes they'd left behind. The silhouettes of absence. Her pencil moved slowly, carefully, and the emerging sketch looked nothing like a technical diagram. It looked like a study in grief. Skippy was making a sound. A low, continuous vibration from somewhere inside his chassis, different from any sound he'd made before. Jen looked up from her journal and saw him standing rigid at the base of the transparent wall, every sensor on his body aimed at the debris field, his manipulators drawn tight against his chassis in a posture that looked unmistakably like someone hugging themselves. She set the journal down and went to him, knelt beside him on the smooth floor, put her hand on his back, on the hard, warm surface of his body, and felt the vibration running through him. It was deep and unsteady, like something trying to hold itself together. "I know," she said quietly. "I know." She didn't know if he understood the words, but the vibration under her palm changed, roughened, and one of his manipulators uncurled and rested against her wrist. She stayed there. The planet came into view as the ship adjusted its orbit. Roughly Earth-sized, blue-green atmosphere, clouds. But the surface was wrong. Even from orbit, she could see it. Vast gray-white patches scarring the continents, irregular in shape, sharp-edged against the surrounding terrain. They looked like burn marks on skin. Beside them, the surviving landscape showed structures. Cities, or the remains of cities, visible as faint geometric patterns against the alien vegetation that had begun reclaiming them. Skippy's vibration intensified. The manipulator on Jen's wrist tightened. "Hey," she said. She curled her fingers around his appendage gently. "We're here. Whatever this is, we're here." The AI's displays shifted. A navigational overlay appeared on the planet image, highlighting a specific location on one of the surviving continents. A city, or the remains of one, positioned near the boundary where intact structures met a vast, scarred region. Lines of navigational data converged on it. Michael was studying the overlay. "It wants us to go there." "Then let's go," Jen said. She didn't let go of Skippy's manipulator until she had to. The shuttle separated from the starship with a sensation like a held breath releasing. Jen felt it in the shift of vibration beneath her feet, the subtle change in the quality of the air as the shuttle's own systems took over. The transparent walls showed the starship falling away behind them, enormous and scarred, and solitary against the field of stars. The descent was fast and uncomfortable. The shuttle's dampening systems took the worst edge off the deceleration, but Jen's body still felt squeezed, her back pressed hard into the seat that had formed beneath her. Through the transparent floor, the planet grew. Clouds streaked past, then atmosphere, then a view of the surface so vivid it looked painted. Alien vegetation in colors she'd never seen, rust reds and deep copper greens, and a shade that lived somewhere between indigo and burnt orange, covering hills and valleys that could almost have been Appalachian if the palette weren't wrong. Then the scarred regions. Up close, they were worse. Bare rock, stripped to a uniform gray-white surface as smooth as glass, every trace of structure and soil and life scoured away. The boundary between the scarred zones and the surviving landscape was knife-sharp, as if something had drawn a line and consumed everything on one side of it. The city resolved ahead. Standing structures, some of them tall and sweeping, their architecture curved and flowing in a way that made Jen's breath catch. Even from this altitude, she could see that the design language was unified, every building part of a single aesthetic conversation. Between the structures, alien vegetation had pushed through seams and cracks, draping the ruins in living color. The shuttle banked and slowed, descending toward a broad open area at the city's edge where the composite ground surface was largely intact. A clearing between the outermost structures, wide enough for the craft to settle without clipping any of the standing walls. They were a few hundred feet up and dropping, and the air question became very immediate. Michael had the tablet in his hands. "I'm getting atmospheric data," he said. "Some kind of readout. The values are in alien units, so I'm having to cross-reference against what I can interpret from the energy patterns. Pressure looks close to Earth normal. Temperature's comfortable. Composition." He squinted at the display. "I think there's oxygen. Something analogous, anyway. The ratios look breathable, but there's less of whatever their equivalent is. Lower than Earth normal. How much lower, I can't say for sure because I don't know their base units." Skippy walked to the shuttle door. Jen saw what was happening a half-second before it happened. She opened her mouth to say something, and Skippy pressed both manipulators flat against the wall. The door opened. Air rushed in, cool and sharp, carrying a mineral smell that was nothing like Earth's atmosphere. Jen's first breath was a gasp driven by pure terror. Her lungs filled with alien air, and her entire body rejected the idea, every cell screaming that this was wrong, that she was breathing the inside of another world, and it was going to kill her. Her second breath was shallow and insufficient. She sucked harder, felt the thinness, the way the air didn't deliver quite enough, like being at the top of a 10,000-foot pass back home. Her third breath told her she was alive. "Skippy!" The word tore out of her. She was on her feet without remembering standing, her whole body shaking, her hands balled into fists. "What is wrong with you? We didn't know. We didn't know if we could breathe that." Skippy turned his sensor cluster toward her. He regarded her with every appearance of calm interest. His manipulators hung at his sides. He was utterly, magnificently unrepentant. "We could have died!" Her voice cracked on the last word. "You can't just open doors on alien planets without checking." Skippy tilted his sensors about 15 degrees to the right, held the pose. Then he turned and walked out the door, stepping down the ramp onto the surface of another world with the casual confidence of a dog who has already decided the walk is happening. Jen stood at the top of the ramp, heart hammering, fists clenched, and felt a laugh trying to fight its way up through the terror. She swallowed it. She was not going to laugh. She was furious. She was also breathing. The air was thin, noticeably thinner than anything in the shuttle or the starship. Standing still, she was fine, but the difference registered in her chest with every breath. A slight incompleteness, a sense that each lungful came up fractionally short. Michael appeared beside her. He took a slow, deliberate breath through his nose, held it, let it out. His eyes were closed. When he opened them, he looked at the alien sky, the slightly too orange light falling across the ruins ahead. "We're breathing air on a planet 500 light-years from home," he said. Very quiet, measured, as if saying it carefully enough would make it manageable. They walked down the ramp together and stepped onto the surface. The shuttle sat behind them in the clearing, its smooth hull catching the orange light, close enough to reach in a few minutes' walk from the nearest structures. The ground beneath their feet was a composite material, hard and smooth, with alien vegetation growing through fracture lines in feathery tufts of copper green. The orange starlight sat low in the sky, casting long amber shadows through the ruins ahead. Everything was warm-toned, as though the world had been photographed through a filter that pushed every color half a stop toward gold. Jen looked up. The sky was a dusty lavender where she expected blue, with high, thin clouds catching the orange light. 2 small moons hung above the horizon, both visible in the daytime sky, one a pale crescent and the other a brighter half-disk. The asymmetry of them, their different phases, gave the sky a lopsided beauty that made her fingers itch for a brush. They explored cautiously. The city's outskirts were quiet in a way that went beyond silence. No birdsong, no insect hum, no distant traffic or machinery. Just the wind, which carried no organic scent, only mineral dust, and something sweet and unfamiliar. Their footsteps echoed off the curved walls of the nearest structures, and the echoes came back wrong, bouncing at angles she couldn't predict because the architecture followed rules she hadn't learned yet. The thin air made walking harder than she expected. Not at rest, where her breathing settled into an adequate rhythm, but the moment she climbed over debris or quickened her pace, her lungs demanded more than the air could deliver. She felt it as a ceiling above each breath, a point where the inhale simply stopped giving before she felt full. By the time they'd circled the nearest cluster of structures, the star had dropped lower, staining the sky in shades of deep amber and copper. The vegetation, already rust-toned, seemed to catch fire in the last light. Michael set up the camp stove in the doorway of an intact structure near the shuttle, a low-ceilinged room with 3 standing walls and a gap where the 4th had been. He portioned their first planet-side meal with the same precision he'd used on the inventory. 1 packet of oatmeal each, heated on the camp stove with water from the alien dispenser, plus a granola bar split exactly in half. Jen watched him stir the oatmeal in the small pot, dividing it into 2 portions with a careful eye. He scraped the last half-spoonful from the pot and added it to her share rather than his. She felt something catch in her throat that had nothing to do with the thin air. They ate sitting in the doorway, legs stretched out toward the alien evening. Hot oatmeal and half a granola bar each, ordinary trail food, consumed while looking out at a skyline of curved alien architecture under an orange star in a lavender sky. Skippy parked himself at the threshold with his sensor cluster facing outward, sweeping the gathering dark in slow, methodical arcs. "Guard duty," Michael said. "He's good at it." The sky darkened. The orange star sank below the horizon, and the 2 moons rose higher, one overtaking the other, their overlapping light washing the ruins in shades of pale silver and faint gold. Alien vegetation cast double shadows that moved independently, shifting as the moons tracked their separate paths. Jen pulled out her trail journal and sketched the moonrise. Not because she needed a record, because drawing was the way she held things, turned them over, understood them. Her pencil moved by the faint glow cast by Skippy's sensors, and the sketch that emerged was loose and impressionistic. The two moons at different phases, the double shadow geometry, the silhouette of ruined architecture against a sky full of unfamiliar stars. Michael sat beside her, head tilted back. "I can't name a single one," he said. "Not one." "That's the first time you've ever said that about a sky." "It's the first time it's been true." He was quiet for a moment. "I keep reaching for Orion. Every time I look up, my eye goes to where Orion should be. It isn't there." She set the journal down. They didn't talk for a while after that. The silence was enormous, deeper than any silence on Earth because it had no foundation of distant human activity beneath it. No highway hum, no airplane overhead, no dog barking 3 valleys over. Just the wind and the 2 moons and the breathing of 2 people who were very far from home. They settled into sleep in the intact structure, side by side on the smooth floor, jackets folded beneath their heads, and sleeping bags zipped together for warmth that was more psychological than thermal. Skippy remained at the doorway. His sensor sweep slowed to a patient rhythm, back and forth, steady as breathing. Jen lay on her back and looked at the strip of alien sky visible through the doorway gap. One moon had moved past the opening. The other hung centered, bright enough to cast a shadow. She was aware of Michael's breathing beside her, the steady rhythm of someone who had decided, on some deep level, that he would deal with the impossibility of their situation by falling asleep and dealing with it fresh in the morning. Her own mind wouldn't quiet. The scarred continents. She closed her eyes, and sleep came in uneven waves, pulling her under and releasing her, pulling her under again. At some point, she dreamed. The dream had no images she could hold, only the sensation of standing inside a composition that was wrong, that had missing elements, vast empty spaces where weight should sit. The negative space she'd sketched in the debris fields, but alive now, pressing against her from all sides like deep water. The rhythm of absence, the shape of everything that used to be here and wasn't. She woke with her heart slamming. The alien moon had moved. The wind carried its mineral dust through the doorway. Michael's back was warm against her shoulder, rising and falling. Skippy's glow swept the darkness outside, unhurried, a small machine keeping watch over 2 sleeping humans on a dead world. She lay still and listened to the alien wind and felt the weight of the dead world settle through her like cold water seeping into soil. Her eyes burned. She pressed her face against the sleeve of her jacket and let exhaustion pull her back toward sleep. The last thing she saw before the dark took her was Skippy at the threshold, silhouetted against the double moonlight, keeping his vigil. Chapter 4. The Silent City. The quality of light filtering through the gap in the wall was warmer and more amber than any dawn Jen had ever painted, falling across the smooth floor and climbing the curve of the interior wall in a long, bright wedge. She lay still for a moment, cataloging. The sleeping bag was warm where it touched Michael's, cooler at the edges. Her hip ached from the hard floor. The thin air sat in her lungs like a half-finished thought, not quite enough, but not painful at rest. The dream from the night before had faded, but it left behind something that had settled underneath the wonder overnight. A sense of dread. In the dream, she had been standing in a graveyard. Michael was already sitting up, sorting through the food supply with focused efficiency. He had the remaining packets laid out in a neat line beside his knee. "Morning," she said. "Hey." He didn't look up from the packets. "I'm thinking some trail mix between us and a few pieces of dried fruit each. No stove." She sat up and reached for her boots. "Not much." "No." He picked up the bag of dried fruit, weighed it in his palm, and portioned out 2 small handfuls onto the flat surface of the camp stove lid. "We need to start pulling back. We've got 2 full days of food left if we're careful. 3 if we cut down to 1 real meal a day and fill in with almonds and whatever's left of the trail mix." He said it like a field report. She could see the math running behind his eyes while he divided the trail mix into 2 careful piles, placing each beside its share of dried fruit. No stove needed for this one. Cold fuel savings for later. Jen ate her portion, standing in the doorway, looking out. The alien star had cleared the horizon. It hung above the far ridgeline like a coal wrapped in amber glass, its light pouring across the city with a warmth close to golden hour on Earth, but fractionally deeper, more orange, as if the whole spectrum had been nudged 1 notch toward red. The 2 moons were still visible, one high and fading, the other low on the opposite horizon, translucent as a thumbprint on wet paper. The city opened before her, enormous and still. It was built in sweeping curves, structures rising like frozen waves, every surface flowing into the next. Alien vegetation had swallowed the lower stories in some places, curtains of deep copper green draping through window openings and spilling down walls. In other places, the architecture stood bare and clean, and through their open facades she could see lights cycling inside. Not bright, not purposeful, just the autonomic fidgeting of systems that had forgotten why they were running. She finished her dried fruit and brushed the sticky residue from her fingers. Skippy was already outside, standing at the edge of the clearing where the shuttle had come down. His body was oriented toward the deeper city, his sensors tracing something she couldn't perceive. He looked like a dog that had caught a scent. Michael packed the stove and what remained of the fuel canister. He shouldered his pack and handed Jen hers. "He's been like that since I woke up." "He knows where he wants to go." "He always does." They followed the drone into the streets. The thin air became real again the moment they started walking. Jen felt it within the first 5 minutes, a tightness behind her sternum, her breathing deepening and quickening by reflex. Not dangerous, not even truly painful, but constant. A pressure that reminded her with every step that this world wasn't hers. The streets were wide, paved in the same composite material as the ground near the shuttle. Alien vegetation had split it in places, fracture lines filled with feathery tufts of copper green that rustled when the wind came through. The architecture rose around them in interlocking curves, and as Jen walked, she began to study the surfaces more carefully. The ornamentation was extraordinary. Every building carried it. Carved or formed or grown, she couldn't tell, but it covered the facades in dense, intricate patterns that ran along archways, framed window openings, and climbed the curved walls in bands. And it was symmetrical, almost flawlessly so. Mirrored elements repeated with the precision of a kaleidoscope, balanced left to right, top to bottom, every curve answered by its twin. She pulled out her trail journal and walked slower, sketching as she went. Quick studies. The rhythm of the ornament was hypnotic, and her pencil wanted to trace it. But then her hand stopped. She was looking at a band of decoration that ran above an archway. The pattern was mirrored, balanced, like everything else, except one element on the right side was different from its counterpart on the left. Not damaged, not eroded. The rest of the band was pristine after however many thousand years. This one element had been made differently, on purpose. She marked it in her journal with a small star. 2 blocks later, she found another, a facade panel where the lower left quadrant carried a motif that didn't match the lower right. Same material, same level of craft, same age. But the symmetry had been broken, deliberately, precisely, the way a painter leaves one element unresolved to create tension in an otherwise balanced composition. She stopped walking. Michael was a few paces ahead, crouching where a massive scar cut across the street, the edge of one of the harvested zones she'd seen from orbit, a knife-sharp boundary where the composite material gave way to bare rock, smooth and gray-white, stripped to nothing. He was running his fingers along where one surface ended and the other began. "Michael!" He looked up. Their decoration. All of it, everywhere. It's symmetrical. She pointed to the archway behind her, then to the facade panel. But sometimes it's not, and the breaks aren't damage. They're intentional. He stood, dusting his hands on his pants. "How can you tell?" "Because the rest of the ornament is perfect. Whoever made this, symmetry was their default, their resting state. When they broke it, they did it on purpose. Like," she searched for the comparison, "like a painter who works in perfect realism and then leaves one brushstroke visible. That brushstroke isn't a mistake. It's the one thing in the painting that's actually trying to say something." Michael looked at the archway. He looked at the facade panel. She could see him trying to spot what she saw, and the moment he gave up and trusted her reading instead, he nodded slowly. "So, what are they saying?" "I don't know yet." She sketched both breaks quickly, her pencil moving with the sure, light touch that meant she was recording a pattern, not laboring over form. "But they're not random. There's intent in where the breaks fall." Skippy clicked twice from up ahead, impatient. They followed. He led them through streets that grew wider and more elaborate as they moved toward what felt like the center of the city. The structures here were taller, their facades more densely ornamented, their curves more complex. Some had interiors visible through translucent walls, machines sitting in silent rows, dark and patient. Others were sealed, their entrances marked by deep archways carved with the same mirrored patterns. Skippy slowed at a tall structure with a translucent facade, his sensors sweeping its interior in a long, careful pass. He lingered for several seconds before moving on. A block later, he paused again, this time at an archway where the ornamental bands were denser than anywhere else on the street. His body angled toward it, sensors dimming, and Jen saw something in his posture that looked like recognition. Then he moved on. But at the next building, he stopped completely. It was smaller than its neighbors, low and rounded, set back from the street behind a screen of alien vegetation. He stood in the entrance and went still. Not the stillness of scanning. Something different. His sensors went to a low, even glow, and his body sank a fraction closer to the ground, his limbs drawing in. Everything about his posture said he knew this place. Jen stopped beside him. Through the entrance, she could see a single room, empty now, the walls carrying the faintest trace of color where something had once hung or been displayed. Dust, actual dust, lay along the edges of the floor in thin gray lines. Whatever had filled this space with purpose and presence was so far gone that even the dust was ancient. She crouched beside the drone and didn't touch him, just stayed close. She opened her journal and sketched him standing there. The small body framed in the entrance, sensors dimmed, limbs drawn in, the slight sag of something carrying weight it couldn't set down. She got it in a few quick lines, the way she always worked when the image was clear. After a long moment, Skippy's sensors brightened. He turned from the doorway and continued up the street, and his gait was the same quick clicking rhythm as always, but something in it had changed. Michael waited for her to finish. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The central complex announced itself from 2 blocks away. The surrounding structures fell back like courtiers making room, and what rose in their place was a building that made the word building feel inadequate. It swept upward in layered curves, each tier set back from the one below, the whole mass of it lifting toward the amber sky with an architectural confidence closer to geology than design. As if the planet itself had decided to grow something here, and the civilization had simply finished what the bedrock started. The facade was dense with ornamental work, and she could read it now. The mirrored patterns flowed in bands around each tier, and among them, the deliberate breaks stood out like notes in a melody she was just beginning to hear. More of them here than on any other building they'd passed. She counted 4 on the entrance archway alone. Skippy led them inside. The interior opened up into a vast atrium that rose through the building's full height. Light filtered in through translucent panels high above, softened and tinted amber. The walls were lined with recessed alcoves, each one holding objects or instruments or records she couldn't identify, arranged with the same meticulous symmetry that governed everything here. The floor was patterned in concentric curves radiating outward from a central point, and the whole space had been designed to lead the eye inward and upward simultaneously. It felt like a cathedral. It felt like a library. It felt like a place built to hold everything worth keeping. Jen pulled the alien tablet from her jacket pocket and held it up. The surface shifted beneath her fingers, colors moving through it, and the glyph interface appeared. She'd been working with it for a day and a half now. The alien visual logic was still more intuition than fluency, but something had changed since they entered this building. The glyphs were responding to the space around them, new clusters appearing that she hadn't seen before, some of them pulsing in a rhythm that matched a faint vibration in the floor. She arranged 3 glyphs in the compositional order she'd learned, heavy elements first, lighter ones following. The tablet flashed amber, and the atrium woke up. Holographic displays bloomed from the walls like flowers opening. Not the star charts and navigation grids of the command center. Images, sequences, a visual narrative told in light and color and movement, projected into the air at a scale that filled the space from floor to ceiling. Michael stepped back involuntarily. The first image was a world, green and alive, cities bright with energy, skies clear. It held for 2 seconds, maybe 3, vivid and sharp. Then it stuttered, broke apart into vertical bands of color, and was gone. A gap. Blue-white static, the kind of visual noise that felt like the system was reaching for something it couldn't quite retrieve. Then a flash of something. Tall silhouettes. Beings, she thought, though the resolution was too degraded to be sure. They stood in a group, postures suggesting purpose, urgency, and then the image tore sideways into overlapping fragments. She glimpsed what might have been a structure behind them, something large. The frames stuttered and repeated, pulling from corrupted files, and collapsed before she could read them. Another gap. Longer this time. The atrium hummed. The final fragment was the hardest to watch, not because it was clear, but because it wasn't. A world seen from high altitude, its surface changing, something spreading across the green, but the image degraded before she could tell what. The same 3-second loop played twice,
colors bleeding into each other, continents becoming abstractions, and then static. Then nothing. Jen watched with her hands at her sides.
Something happened to them, Michael said quietly. He was reading energy data on the tablet's display over her shoulder, squinting at alien formats the way he'd squint at seismic survey results with missing data points. Something big. But the middle of the story is missing. Most of the end, too.
That last fragment, the surface changing, is that what we saw from orbit? The scars?
Could be. He was quiet for a moment. The timeline fits, maybe, but the data cuts off way too early to know for sure. Whatever hit them, and however it connects to the debris field up there, he shook his head. There's not enough here to tell. The displays cycled once more, as if trying to reassemble the narrative, but produced only fragmented light that drifted and faded. The atrium was quiet.
There's a story in there, she said. They left a story, but the system can't hold it together.
Or we're not accessing the right systems. Michael was moving along the wall, studying the recessed alcoves with new intensity. This complex is big. These displays might be pulling from local storage, degraded files, partial records. If there's a dedicated archive somewhere deeper. He trailed off, looking at the corridor entrances branching from the atrium. There could be a place where the full record is kept, intact. Jen looked at the tablet. New glyph clusters had appeared, arranged in patterns she hadn't seen in a starship's command center. She began to work through them, arranging and rearranging, letting her eye follow the compositions rather than trying to decode them analytically. One arrangement produced a burst of images too fast to follow. She backed off, tried a simpler cluster, and got a sequence showing the interior of this complex, corridors leading deeper, chambers below ground level, something at the center that the visual language treated with reverence. Converging lines, heavy visual weight. Whatever was down there, it mattered.
There's more below us, she said. Something important.
Michael had the tablet angled so he could read the energy overlay alongside her visual work. I'm seeing a power signature. Faint, dormant, but structured. Deep. Whatever's down there, it still has energy running to it. He moved toward the nearest corridor entrance that angled downward, and she followed. The corridor was wider than the streets outside, its walls thicker, the curves of the architecture heavier and more deliberate, reinforced, as if whatever lay below required walls built to contain it or protect it. The ornamentation here was sparser, more functional, the symmetry tighter, and the deliberate breaks fewer but larger, each one carrying more visual weight than anything she'd seen on the surface. Jen felt it before she could name it. A faint vibration in the air itself, rising from somewhere far below, so low it registered more in her chest than in her ears. The floor carried it too, a subtle tremor through the soles of her boots, steady and rhythmic, like a pulse. Like something down there was still breathing. She read the visual information, he read the data. She felt the composition, he measured the readings. Two completely different languages applied to the same alien system, and together they were covering ground that neither could alone. You're reading this faster than I'm reading the energy maps, he said. She looked at him. His face was open, direct, no hedging, no qualifier, just observation stated as fact. Something warm moved through her chest, quick and unexpected, like sunlight finding a gap in cloud cover. She didn't hold on to it, but she felt it land.
Come on,
she said.
Let me see what else is down there.
She worked through more glyph arrangements, and as she did,
The design principles she'd noticed on the streets came into sharper focus. Inside this complex, the ornamental symmetry was tighter, more precise, the mirrored patterns executed with an almost mathematical perfection. And the deliberate breaks carried more weight. They were larger, more prominent, placed at structural junctures rather than on decorative facades.
In one of the image sequences, a series of glyphs appeared surrounding what looked like an interface panel, a control surface of some kind, ringed with ornamental bands. The glyphs were mirrored, beautiful, except for specific elements that broke the symmetry. 4 of them, placed at different points around the frame, and as Jen studied them, she realized she was reading them in a particular order, not left to right, not top to bottom. Her eye traveled to the heaviest element first, the one with the most visual mass, and then moved naturally to the next heaviest, following a path through the composition the way her eye moved through a well-composed painting. Heavy to light, anchored to floating. Sequence. She pulled out her journal and sketched it quickly. 4 asymmetric elements arranged around a symmetrical frame. An arrow traced the viewing order, heaviest to lightest. She wrote underneath in her own shorthand, symmetry equals decoration. Asymmetry equals function. Sequence equals visual weight. It came out of her pencil as naturally as the debris field sketches had the night before, like something she'd always known but had never needed to articulate until now. Michael was deeper in the atrium, examining an alcove where the wall had a different texture, rougher, as if the surface had been damaged and repaired long ago. She showed him the sketch. Their interfaces use the same principle, she said. Whatever these asymmetric elements are, they're not decoration, and they appear in a specific order. The eye follows visual weight, heaviest first. He studied the sketch. Like a key. More like a sentence your eye reads by following the composition. He looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. Keep mapping it. They spent another 2 hours in the atrium, Jen working the tablet while Michael explored the alcoves and corridors that branched from the central space. The AI grew more responsive as they worked. Image sequences came faster with less prompting. At one point, it showed them a schematic of the complex itself, level after level descending below ground, the deepest chamber marked with the same convergent visual language she'd seen earlier, drawing the eye down toward it. But Jen could feel her body slowing. The thin air was cumulative. Every time she stood from a crouch or walked quickly across the atrium floor, her breathing hitched and her vision dimmed at the edges for a beat before clearing. Michael was moving more carefully too, pausing at the top of staircases. "We should stop," he said, and she was grateful he said it first. They retreated to a sheltered alcove off the main atrium, near the complex entrance. The alcove had a high ceiling and a partially transparent far wall that showed a slice of amber sky fading toward lavender as the alien star began its descent. One of the moons was rising through the translucent panel, its pale disk already sharper than the fading daylight. Michael heated their evening meal. She watched him count the remaining packets before selecting 2, watched him do the math silently, his lips moving once before he put the rest away. 1 oatmeal packet split between them, a small handful of trail mix each, less than they'd eaten the first night. He poured the hot water carefully, dividing it between the 2 cups, and handed her one without comment. They ate sitting against the alcove wall, looking through the translucent panel at the deepening sky. The trail mix was a handful of peanuts and raisins and a few chocolate chips that had gone soft in the heat of Michael's pack. It tasted like earth. Jen ate carefully, pacing herself, and when she was nearly done, she left her last few raisins on the edge of the stove lid and nudged them toward him. Michael glanced at them, then at her. She didn't say anything.
He shook his head once, a small, quiet wave off, and looked back out through the translucent panel. She ate the last bite herself, and neither of them mentioned it, the same way neither of them had mentioned the extra half-spoonful of oatmeal he'd scraped into her portion the night before. "I caught myself reading the stonework like a geological survey," Michael said after a while. "Just now, in the alcoves. Reading grain patterns, crystal structure, stress fractures. Like I was mapping a formation back home. Didn't even think about it."
I know. Jen set down her empty cup. I've been composing paintings all day, framing shots, finding the focal point in every room we walk into. My brain is just doing it. Is that weird? That it's getting normal? She thought about that. The amber light outside was deepening, and through the translucent panel, the alien vegetation below had turned to dark silhouettes against the sky. Shapes that were almost familiar, and then, at the last moment, not. "It's weird that it's not weird," she said. Michael's mouth pulled sideways. Not quite a smile. Something warmer. The second moon rose into the frame of the translucent panel, higher and brighter than the first, its light silver where the other was faintly gold. She knew those moons now. She could track their phases, predict where they'd be when she woke. 2 nights, and she already had their rhythms. That was the part that unsettled her. Not the alienness, the adaptation. How quickly her eye adjusted, her body compensated, her mind rewrote its expectations. She was 28 years old, 500 light-years from home, eating peanuts in an alien library, and the most disorienting thing about it was how ordinary it was starting to feel. Skippy returned from one of his restless circuits and folded himself into the space between their sleeping bags. He tucked his limbs beneath his body, and his sensors went to a low amber, steady and slow. Something more settled than his guard duty the night before. "He's adapting too," Michael said. "He was here before. He's remembering." Michael was quiet for a moment. "Yeah, I think that's worse." Jen pulled her sleeping bag around her shoulders and leaned her head against the wall. The holographic displays in the atrium beyond had dimmed to a faint blue wash, but she could still see traces of the images they had shown them. A thriving world. Something going wrong. A record left in the dark for whoever came next. They'd come next. She closed her eyes. Sleep found her faster than the night before, as if her body had decided this was simply where she slept now, on smooth alien floors under alien moons, with Michael's breathing beside her and Skippy's quiet glow between them. The fragments played behind her eyelids, the green world, the silhouettes, the surface changing. Pieces of a story with most of itself torn out. Enough to know something terrible had happened. Not nearly enough to understand what. The last thing she heard before she went under was the wind outside the complex, carrying its mineral dust through the corridors, whispering through the ruins of a city that had been waiting longer than human memory for someone to come and read what it had written on its walls. Chapter 5. What They Died For. Michael woke first, and for a few disoriented seconds he didn't know where the ceiling was. The alcove's translucent wall had gone dark with the planet's rotation, and only the faintest residual glow from the atrium's holographic embers gave shape to the space around him. Jen was still asleep beside him, her breathing shallow and even. Skippy lay between them, limbs folded, a single sensor casting a dull copper circle on the smooth floor. Michael's stomach told him the time before anything else did. He sat up carefully, reached for his pack, and opened the main compartment by feel. His fingers found what was left. Not much. He pulled out the 2 protein bars and weighed them in his palm, then set them aside. The almonds. A handful, maybe 2. The trail mix bag, still holding maybe a serving between them. He unzipped the smaller pocket and found nothing but crumbs and the wrapper from something already eaten. He laid out what remained on the flat top of the camp stove lid. Everything visible, everything accounted for. The 2 protein bars, the almonds, the trail mix bag set aside for later. He stared at it. Jen stirred. Her eyes opened and found him in the dim light, and she read the inventory on the stove lid without asking. "That's it," he said. She sat up, ran both hands through her hair, and looked at the collection of food that was supposed to sustain 2 people through whatever today required. Michael split one of the protein bars between them. It was dense and dry, the kind of thing that needed water to wash down, but it was calories. He left everything else untouched. "The trail mix and the rest are for tomorrow, in case we need the calories when it counts." Jen ate her share slowly. Michael did the same. It took about 90 seconds to finish everything. "We should get moving," Jen said. She was already pulling her boots on, lacing them with the efficiency of someone who'd done it 1,000 mornings on 1,000 trails. Her trail journal went into her jacket, the alien tablet into her right hand. Skippy unfolded and stood, sensors brightening. They descended. The corridors leading below the atrium were wider than anything on the surface. The walls grew thicker, the curves heavier, reinforced like the architecture itself understood that what lay below demanded protection. The ornamental bands thinned out. What remained was sparser, tighter in its symmetry, and the few deliberate breaks Jen spotted were large, almost aggressive in their visual weight. She touched one as they passed, tracing a motif that interrupted the otherwise perfect mirror of the surrounding pattern. The vibration Michael had felt the day before grew stronger as they went down. Not sound. A presence in the floor. A slow, deep rhythm that climbed through his boots and settled in his chest like a second heartbeat. The air thinned subtly, enough that he noticed it at the bottom of each inhale, a ceiling his lungs hit before they were full. 3 levels down, the corridor opened into a space that stopped him. It was circular, larger than the starship's command center. The ceiling arched high overhead and disappeared into shadow that felt deliberate rather than structural. The walls were covered, floor to floor overhead, with recessed panels and alcoves containing objects he couldn't identify. Thin slabs like books, curved instruments, things made of materials he had no name for. Every surface carried the same ornamental vocabulary, the symmetry pushed to mathematical extremes, each mirrored element precise enough to make his geologist's eye ache. The floor curved inward, a shallow bowl shape that gathered everything toward a central platform. On that platform sat a wide console or interface, its surface dark and dormant, flanked by tall frames that might have been displays or something else entirely. The whole arrangement sat beneath a circular opening in the ceiling, where shafts of amber light fell from somewhere high above, catching dust that had no business being there after so many millennia of sealed air. "This is it," Jen said. Her voice had dropped to nearly nothing. "The archive." Skippy moved past them without hesitation, crossed the curved floor with quick, precise steps, and came to rest beside the central platform. He turned back toward them and went still, every sensor oriented their way, as if he'd brought them to the door and was waiting for them to walk through it. Jen lifted the tablet and touched the surface. The response was immediate. The whole room woke. Light bloomed from the walls in cascading waves, flowing upward from the floor alcoves to the ceiling. Not the stuttering, fragmentary images they'd seen in the atrium. Coherent, sustained. The archive's own storage, intact where the surface systems had been corrupted, and the AI reached into it with visible hunger. The first image filled the room. A world, green and blue and white, alive, seen from orbit. Michael recognized continental shapes vaguely similar to the scarred surface he'd walked for 2 days, but without the scars, without the gray-white wounds. This world was whole. Cities glittered along coastlines and river valleys, tiny regular constellations of light connected by threads that might have been roads or transit networks or something he had no category for. Cloud systems spiraled across oceans. The light of the slightly too orange star fell across everything with a warmth that made the planet look gilded. The image held. 5 seconds. 10. Then it moved. The view dropped closer, skimming through the atmosphere, and suddenly they were inside a city. Not the silent ruins outside. This city breathed. Structures rose and curved and interlocked with the same flowing architectural vocabulary he'd learned to read. But here, every surface was lit, active, purposeful. Vehicles moved through elevated channels. Figures walked. He leaned forward. The figures were tall, slender, proportioned similarly to humans, but differently balanced, with longer limbs and a center of gravity that seemed higher. The holographic resolution wasn't fine enough to read faces. They were silhouettes with depth, suggestions of bodies moving through the kind of daily business that any sapient species would recognize, going somewhere, doing something, living. Jen made a sound beside him. Not a word. Something caught between her teeth that she wouldn't let become a sob. The perspective pulled back to orbital scale, and a new element appeared. Small shapes moving through the spaces between worlds. Not ships. Swarms of tiny objects, rendered as clusters of bright points flowing outward from the planet toward the system's asteroid belt and outer bodies. They moved with coordinated precision, streams of them dispersing to different targets, splitting and reforming with the fluid logic of a single distributed organism. A sequence of images showed what they did: mining, construction, asteroid surfaces being methodically disassembled, raw materials flowing inward along supply lines toward orbital facilities, a second planet's barren surface being reshaped, new structures rising in time-lapse, the swarm building with mechanical patience across months or years compressed into seconds. Michael watched the engineering unfold. Self-replicating units consuming raw material and producing more of themselves as needed, the population scaling to match the task. The archive held on this image. The AI seemed to want them to understand it before showing what it became. Then the display shifted, and the color changed. The same swarm, the same coordinated clusters, but now they had turned inward. The first target was an orbital station, rendered in clean lines against the blackness of space. The swarm approached it the way it had approached asteroids, with the same systematic precision. It began at the outer surfaces and worked inward, consuming material section by section, converting structure into raw feedstock. The station's lights went dark in sequence as whole modules were devoured. Within what the display suggested was hours, it was gone. More stations fell. Satellites. The orbital construction facilities the swarm had built. The display tracked the pattern with merciless clarity. The swarm eating its own infrastructure first, then turning toward the planet. Toward the cities. The perspective dropped again, and this time the city was one Michael recognized. He could trace the street layout, the central complex, the curves and tiers. But this version was alive, and it was under attack. The swarm descended through the atmosphere in dark, flowing sheets that blotted out the amber sky. Where it touched, surfaces vanished. Buildings were consumed from the outside in. The same methodical harvesting pattern, the same logic of complete material conversion applied with indifferent efficiency,
to the civilization that had created it. And now there were figures running.
Not abstract silhouettes this time. The resolution sharpened, and Michael could see them. Beings moving through streets in groups, in crowds, in the staggering, disorganized flow of evacuation. Some carried things, some carried others. The tall, long-limbed bodies moved with a fluid urgency that transcended species, recognizable across 500 light-years and thousands of years of silence. He couldn't look away. The archive showed battles, weapons fire that lit whole districts in white-blue flashes, defensive systems activating, energy barriers rising across streets and around structures, holding for seconds or minutes before the swarm found the gaps or simply consumed the emitters. Military units holding positions along perimeters that contracted with each passing hour. The defenders fought with everything they had, and it was not enough. The display showed what was left afterward. Gray-white scars on the planetary surface, smooth as glass, stripped to bedrock. The same scars he'd seen from orbit, the same ones he'd knelt beside yesterday and run his fingers along. He'd been touching the edge of genocide. Jen was crying, not loudly. She stood with her arms folded tight against her ribs, tears tracking silently down her face, and she didn't wipe them away. Her eyes never left the display. She was watching every frame, taking it in whole, refusing to look away from what the dead had left for whoever came next. The archive paused. The light in the room dimmed and shifted, the amber glow dropping to a cooler tone that felt like drawing a breath. Then the second half began. The AI's narrative changed character. Where the first sequence had been sweeping, orbital, historical, this was intimate. A group of figures working in a space deep underground. They moved with exhaustion visible even in holographic abstraction, their long limbs heavy, their postures bent by something beyond fatigue. The room they occupied was dominated by a large apparatus, its purpose unclear until the archive zoomed into its central feature, a chamber designed to hold a crystalline medium. The chamber's interior was a lattice of extraordinary intricacy, each supporting element precisely positioned to cradle a crystal of specific dimensions. The display showed what that crystal needed to be. The AI rendered the molecular structure in three-dimensional detail, rotating it slowly. Michael watched a perfect silicon dioxide lattice revolve in the air before him. Tetrahedral coordination, each silicon atom bonded to 4 oxygen atoms, each oxygen bridging 2 silicons, the geometry repeating outward in flawless periodicity. No defects, no grain boundaries, no dislocations. A crystal so pure that every atom sat exactly where the mathematics said it should. He knew this. He knew it the way he knew his own hands. "That's quartz," he said. His voice came out hoarse. "That's a perfect quartz lattice." The AI continued. It showed fabrication attempts, controlled environments, specialized chambers, synthetic crystals growing under conditions the civilization could engineer with precision that dwarfed anything on Earth. Crystal after crystal formed, and the display overlaid each one with a molecular analysis that highlighted every flaw. Here, a screw dislocation, where a plane of atoms had shifted by a single bond length. There, a grain boundary, where 2 crystal seeds had merged at slightly different orientations. A vacancy where one atom was simply missing, leaving a defect that would propagate catastrophically under resonant energy. Each flaw was tiny. Each flaw was fatal. "They can't synthesize it," Michael said. "The purity threshold is too extreme. They need a defect-free lattice at the molecular level, and you can't fabricate that. You can't force it. The crystal has to form naturally, under exactly the right temperature and pressure conditions, sustained over geological time. Hundreds of millions of years of hydrothermal processes, slow cooling, tectonic stability. He was breathing faster. It's the same problem semiconductor companies have on Earth. Spruce Pine quartz is the global standard because the formation is a freak of geology. 400 million years of specific conditions that produced quartz purer than anything anyone's ever synthesized. And these archives are showing the exact same constraint. Jen wiped her face with the back of her hand. So they couldn't make it, she said. Not close. Not even with technology that's thousands of years ahead of ours. Nature's patience isn't something you can shortcut. The archive advanced again. The AI displayed the swarm's behavior in a new light. Not the broad orbital sweeps of consumption. This was granular, targeted. The swarm units descending on a mountain range, converging on a specific geological deposit, veins of crystalline material glowing in the display's false color, and the swarm flowing over them like liquid metal, consuming every trace. Then another deposit, another mountain range on another continent, orbital facilities containing stored mineral samples, research stations with crystal growth chambers. The swarm didn't just eat infrastructure indiscriminately. It hunted. It targeted their crystal deposits, Michael said. Specifically. Look at the convergence pattern. It's not random scavenging. It's systematic elimination. Every vein, every stockpile, every geological source in the system. He watched the display track the swarm's campaign across the entire star system. Deposits on moons, deposits in asteroids the civilization had been mining. Every compatible crystal source flagged, consumed, gone. The overlay shifted to show the home system stripped of every potential match. They had nothing left, Jen said quietly. The thing they built ate the thing they needed to stop it. Michael nodded without speaking. The archive's final sequence began, and it was the one that broke him. A star map. The home system at center, radiating outward in concentric shells. The AI showed what could only be an astronomical search, the civilization's scientists scanning their records for the geological signature they needed. System by system, star by star, each candidate evaluated and dismissed. The display rendered each rejection as a brief flare that dimmed to nothing. Too impure, wrong lattice geometry, contaminated by iron or aluminum inclusions, crystal structure incompatible with the resonance threshold. The search spiraled outward. 10 light-years, 20, 50, 100, 200. The rate slowed. The galaxy's supply of naturally formed, geologically pure quartz was vanishingly small, and the threshold the device demanded was vanishingly extreme. 300 light-years. Nothing. 400. Nothing. Michael watched the search reach 450 light-years, the map now showing a volume of space containing thousands of star systems. And he knew what was coming before it happened. He knew it the way a geologist reads a formation and sees the fault line before the earthquake. The map locked onto a small, unremarkable yellow star. Earth's sun. The perspective zoomed. 8 planets. The third one, blue-green, wrapped in white clouds. The view descended through the atmosphere, past ocean and continent, through weather systems and across a landmass he recognized with the force of a blow. North America. The eastern seaboard. The curve of the Appalachian Mountains running southwest to northeast, like a spine. The display zoomed again. Western North Carolina. A geological formation rendered in false color cross-section. Deep hydrothermal veins of ultra-pure silicon dioxide formed under specific temperature and pressure conditions sustained over 400 million years of tectonic stability. the Spruce Pine Formation. Flagged. Flagged as the nearest compatible source in the galaxy. 500 light-years away. The number hung in the display, rendered in alien notation that Michael couldn't read but didn't need to. He already knew the distance. The archive's tone changed. The images that followed were slower, dimmer, the visual language growing sparse. Michael watched the civilization's last acts unfold in fragments that felt like watching someone's strength leave their body. They built a starship, not a fleet. One ship, their last. They built a shuttle, designed for atmospheric entry and surface operations on a world they would never see. They built a drone, small, multi-limbed, designed for a single task: exit the shuttle on the target planet, locate the crystal, retrieve it, and return. The archive showed the launch, the starship departing a world already scarred beyond recovery, climbing through an atmosphere choked with the metallic shimmer of the swarm. The last ship of a dead civilization, crossing 500 light-years of empty space toward a planet that didn't know it existed, carrying the hope that something the size of a fist, found in a cliff face on a world that hadn't yet invented writing, could save them. Michael looked at Skippy. Skippy stood on the central platform beside the dormant console, all sensors aimed at the display. Completely still. The copper light from his sensor arrays didn't waver. He looked like what he was, a machine built to carry out one task, who had failed, who had waited inside a dead shuttle in a buried mountainside for thousands of years, while the people who built him died waiting for him to come back. The archive's final entries gutted Michael. Time markers, cycling, repeating, growing more widely spaced, the visual equivalent of checking a clock. Fragments, a display cycling through the same navigation data, the same trajectory toward Earth and back, the same estimated transit time. Checking. Waiting. The shuttle hadn't returned. The drone hadn't completed its mission. The crystal hadn't arrived. The intervals between entries grew longer. The visual quality degraded, colors fading, resolution dropping, as if the systems recording them were losing power or losing hope, and there was no functional difference between the two. The last entry was a single image. The planet, seen from above, half its surface scarred to bare rock. A few remaining cities still lit, their lights cycling through empty streets and abandoned buildings. Systems running on ancient routines for no one. Lights left on for someone who was never coming home. Then nothing. The display went dark and stayed dark. The silence in the chamber was absolute. Michael could hear his own pulse, feel the thin air moving through his chest in shallow pulls, feel the weight of the quartz crystal in his backpack like a stone pressed against his spine. He turned and looked at the pack, where it sat against the wall near the entrance. The crystal was inside. He'd swept everything back into the pack after rationing out breakfast, the quartz last, tucked into the main compartment beside his water filter. The piece of spruce pine quartz he'd pulled from a washout cavity because he'd wanted it on a shelf beside a garnet from Pisgah and a chunk of pegmatite from Mount Mitchell. Every moment since the hillside reorganized itself in his memory with sickening clarity. The shuttle door hadn't opened because he touched it. It opened because the quartz was in his pocket. The shuttle systems had recognized the mineral signature of the thing they'd been sent 500 light-years to collect. The crystal's warmth against his thigh inside the shuttle wasn't reflected body heat. It was the shuttle's sensors reading it, confirming it, understanding what it was. Skippy's fixation on the backpack. Not trail mix, not curiosity. Skippy was a retrieval drone who had spent thousands of years failing to complete his mission, and the target had walked through the door in a hiker's pocket. Michael crossed the chamber, knelt beside his pack, and unzipped the main compartment. The quartz lay where he'd stored it, nestled in the main compartment beside his water filter. He pulled it free and held it up. It caught the archive's residual light and held it, and for the first time, the thing in his hand felt less like a specimen and more like a verdict. He turned it in his hands. The geological forces that made this crystal had been at work since before complex life existed on Earth. Tectonic pressure, hydrothermal fluids, temperatures sustained within a narrow range for hundreds of millions of years deep in the crust. The result was a piece of quartz so pure that an alien civilization 500 light-years away had identified it as the only thing in the galaxy that could save them. And they couldn't reach it in time. Jen was beside him. He didn't remember her moving. She knelt on the archive floor and looked at the crystal in his hands, and the tears on her face caught the prismatic light and held it. "They left the lights on," she said. Her voice broke on the last word. "All those systems cycling in empty buildings. I thought they were running on automatic, but they weren't just running. They were waiting. The whole city was waiting." Michael couldn't speak. He held the crystal and felt its weight with new understanding, felt the 400 million years of geological patience that had made it, felt the thousands of years of desperate hope that had been aimed at it from across the galaxy. "We have it," he said finally. "We're here. We have it." They reached for each other at the same moment. His hand found her arm as her fingers closed around his forearm, and he felt her shaking, and she felt him shaking, and they leaned into each other and let it happen. "I wish we could ask," he said. "I wish we could ask it anything." He gestured at the dark displays, the dormant console, the whole vast archive surrounding them. "We're sitting in the middle of everything they saved, their whole history, and the AI can show us images. It can walk us through a timeline, but I can't ask it who they were, what they called themselves, whether they had music or arguments about nothing, or a word for the color of their own sky." His voice roughened. "It's right there. The intelligence running this place is sophisticated enough to compose a visual narrative that made us both cry. But it can't cross the gap into language. It can show, but it can't tell. And I want it to tell me." Jen's grip tightened on his arm. "I know. I keep thinking about the figures in the streets, the ones carrying each other." She pressed her forehead against his shoulder for a moment. "The AI gave us everything it could. It's not holding back. It just can't." The displays around them pulsed once, a soft amber wash that rose and fell like breathing. And Michael chose to believe it understood what they were feeling, even if it couldn't say so. They stayed on the floor of the archive for a long time. Skippy came down from the platform eventually. He crossed the curved floor and stopped in front of Michael's hands, in front of the quartz, and his sensors brightened to a steady warm glow. One manipulator extended slowly and touched the crystal's surface with a delicacy that made Michael's chest hurt. The contact lasted 3 seconds. Then Skippy withdrew and moved to Jen's side, folding himself against her hip, and his sensors dimmed to their resting state. Jen put her hand on Skippy's back and kept it there. "We have to try," she said. "Michael, we have to at least try." "I know." His voice was steadier now, not much, but enough. He looked at the crystal one more time, then wrapped it carefully and returned it to his pack. "The device is somewhere in the secured section below us, whatever they built to broadcast the disruption frequency. The schematics showed it at the deepest level,
If it's still intact, and if we can figure out how to use it.
He stopped. The archive stirred one more time. The display showed the device complete, a crystal seated in the resonance chamber, its lattice geometry aligned with the surrounding architecture. Then, activation. Energy pulsed through the crystal, and the lattice transformed it, each perfect plane of silicon and oxygen amplifying and refracting the signal into a frequency that radiated outward in concentric waves. Where the wave passed through swarm units, their coordinated movement stuttered, fragmented, and stopped. They went dark and fell like dead metal, thousands of them raining from the sky, the network that bound them into a single consuming intelligence severed at the frequency only a flawless crystal lattice could produce. The image held for 3 seconds. Then it faded, and the archive went dark for the last time. A disruption device designed to broadcast a frequency that would sever the swarm's network coordination. A crystalline medium required to generate that frequency. A piece of quartz from a washout cavity in North Carolina, sitting in a backpack that smelled like trail mix and campfire smoke. "Tomorrow," he said. "First light. We go down." Jen wiped her eyes with both palms, pressed them hard against her face, and then dropped her hands and looked at him. Steady. Wrecked and steady at the same time. Tomorrow. Neither of them slept well. Michael dozed against the archive wall with the pack pulled close, the crystal's weight against his hip, a pressure he couldn't tune out. Every time he surfaced from shallow sleep, the archive's displays were cycling through faint residual loops. The green world, the swarm descending, the star map spiraling outward. As if the archive had been running this loop for thousands of years, and now that someone was finally watching, it couldn't bring itself to stop. Jen sat across from him with her trail journal open on her knees. She wasn't sketching. She was staring at the pages she'd filled over the past 2 days. The glyph clusters, the compositional arrows, the viewing weight notations, the quick portrait of Skippy in his doorway. Every observation she'd made about this civilization's visual language now carried a different gravity. She'd been learning to read the last words of people who had died waiting for a piece of rock to cross 500 light-years of empty space. Sometime deep in the planet's long night, she closed the journal and leaned her head back against the wall. Her eyes found his across the dim chamber. Neither of them spoke. Skippy rested against Jen's leg with his sensors at the lowest glow Michael had ever seen, barely a thread of copper light along his segmented body. The archive cycled its record from no one, the way it had for millennia, except now 2 people sat inside it and felt the weight of what it meant. Michael closed his eyes and slept. When the amber light returned, filtering through the archive's upper walls in thin, angular shafts, Michael was already repacking. Jen was up, pulling her boots on, lacing them without looking. Skippy stood at the chamber's exit, every sensor aimed into the corridor that led deeper. Waiting. Michael emptied what was left onto the stove lid. He opened the trail mix bag and poured it out. A scatter of peanuts, a few raisins, 3 chocolate chips that had fused into a single dark lump. Barely a handful each. He divided the peanuts and raisins into 2 small piles, broke the chocolate lump roughly in half, and added a piece to each. What remained after that was stark. A single protein bar, the almonds, and crumbs. He tucked the protein bar and the almonds into his jacket pocket. "For later," he said quietly, "in case we need them when it counts." Jen took her share and ate it slowly, 1 peanut at a time. Michael did the same, then swept the crumbs into his palm and ate them standing up. Neither commented on what wasn't there. They both knew the math. Whatever happened next,
they'd be doing it hungry.
He zipped the pack closed, shouldered it, and felt the quartz shift against his back. 500 light-years from the cliff face where he'd found it, riding above his lumbar vertebrae like a fist between his shoulder blades. Jen had the tablet in her hand and her journal in her jacket. She looked at him across the archive chamber one more time, and he saw something in her expression he recognized from the hillside back home. The same wonder and fear and recognition, but tempered now by grief into something that looked like resolve. "Ready?" she said. "No." Jen's mouth tightened at the corners, almost a smile.
"Good, me neither."
Skippy was already clicking down the corridor ahead of them, moving with a certainty Michael envied, headed deeper into the complex, toward the secured section, and whatever the civilization had built in its final days to fight the thing that killed it. Michael followed, Jen beside him, both of them breathing the thin, alien air in shallow, measured pulls, walking toward something they didn't fully understand, with a piece of Appalachian quartz and the borrowed hope of a dead world pressing against their spines. Chapter 6. Uninvited Guests. The corridor ahead narrowed, and the walls pressed closer together. Michael could feel the change before he understood it. The surfaces here were different from the archive level, thicker, denser, built with an intention that had nothing to do with beauty. Overhead, the ornamental bands thinned to almost nothing, and what remained was heavy and serious, the kind of design that existed to mark a border rather than fill a space. Skippy moved 10 paces ahead with his usual clicking stride, sensors aimed forward, but even his gait had changed. Tighter, more deliberate. The faint vibration that had been climbing through the floor for 2 levels was strong enough to feel in Michael's teeth, a deep, rhythmic pulse rising from somewhere far below that seemed to push back against each step forward. His chest ached faintly from breathing at what felt like perpetual altitude. The protein bar and almonds in his jacket pocket were a small, hard weight against his hip. Jen walked a half step behind him and slightly to his left, tablet in her right hand, journal tucked inside her jacket. She hadn't spoken since they'd left the archive. "Different construction down here," Michael said, because the silence was starting to sit on him. He ran his fingertips along the wall as they walked. The material was the same composite, but the grain was tighter, the surface harder. Whatever they were protecting, they reinforced the approach. This isn't decorative architecture. It's structural. "I noticed." He looked back. Jen's gaze wasn't on the walls. It was on the ornamental panels flanking the corridor, her eyes moving across them the way they moved across a painting. Not reading, not scanning, but absorbing the whole composition in a single held breath before her focus would snap to something specific. "How much farther?" she asked. Michael checked the tablet's energy overlay. The alien data formats were still largely opaque, but he'd gotten enough of a feel for the rhythmic patterns to make rough spatial judgments, like reading a seismograph in a language he didn't speak. "Close. The power signature is right below us. 1 level, maybe 2. Skippy stopped at a junction where the corridor split. Left and right, identical passages. He chose right without hesitation and moved ahead. The next passage was wider. The ceiling rose, and the ornamental panels returned, but transformed. Where the upper levels had been covered with dense, intricate, symmetrical patterns, these panels were sparse, clean. The symmetry was geometric and absolute, mirrored with a precision that bordered on aggressive. Too perfect. Every line balanced, every curve reflected. An obsessive, intentional perfection that existed to make something else visible by contrast. Jen slowed beside one of the panels. Her hand came up, fingers hovering an inch from the surface without touching.
There,
she said, almost to herself. Michael looked. He saw the same dense, perfectly mirrored pattern he'd been walking past for 100 feet. What are you seeing? She didn't answer immediately. Her head tilted. Her hand moved laterally, tracing an invisible line across the panel's face at about shoulder height. Then she moved on, quickening to catch up with Skippy. The corridor opened. What lay ahead was not a room, but a threshold. The passage widened into a space roughly 30 feet across, bordered on both sides by tall, ornamental columns that rose floor to ceiling in layered bands of carved or formed patterns, the densest and most elaborate ornamentation Michael had seen anywhere in the complex. Between the columns, the floor changed from composite to something darker and smoother, like polished obsidian. Beyond the threshold, the corridor continued for perhaps 50 feet before curving out of sight. Michael could feel the power signature pulsing from that direction, steady and deep. Skippy stopped at the edge of the dark floor. His sensors swept the space ahead. He didn't cross. Michael stepped forward. The response was instantaneous. Light blazed from the columns in a wave that moved from floor to ceiling, sharp and white and blinding after the warm amber they'd been living in for 3 days. Michael threw his arm across his eyes. Through the glare, he heard a sound he'd never heard on this world. A mechanical hum that rose in pitch and volume with predatory speed, filling the corridor with a vibration that drilled into his eardrums and resonated in his rib cage. Something slammed down across the passage ahead of them, a barrier of light, flat and featureless, sealing the corridor with the finality of a vault door. Another snapped into place behind them. They were boxed. "Don't move," Michael said, which was pointless because Jen was already frozen beside him, her hand tight around the tablet. From alcoves in the columns that had been invisible seconds before, shapes emerged. They were mechanical, angular, precise, made of the same dark composite as the obsidian floor, each one roughly chest-high and bristling with articulated appendages that tracked toward Michael and Jen with the smooth deliberation of gun turrets acquiring targets. 4 of them, 2 from each side. Scanning beams swept from their upper surfaces, thin and intensely bright, playing across Michael's face and chest before moving to Jen and then back. Skippy threw himself forward. The drone planted himself between the nearest sentry and Michael and Jen, every limb spread wide, every sensor blazing. He was absurdly small against the weapon platform. His back barely reached its lowest appendage, but he didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't retreat. His manipulators were spread at full extension, and the sound coming from inside his chassis was a sharp, high whine Michael had never heard from him. A warning directed outward. The sentry's tracking appendage paused on Skippy for a fraction of a second, then swept past him toward Michael. Security system. Automated defense. Not the swarm, the civilization's own protection for whatever lay beyond this point. The sentries were reading them as unauthorized. He needed to find the control logic, a node, a pattern, a data structure he could access. His eyes swept the columns, the barriers, the sentry platforms. The scanning beam lingered on his chest. Warm, getting warmer. "Michael, I need you to look at the columns," Jen said. Her voice was tight, the words clipped short and fast. "I am looking at the columns." "No, you're looking for a system. Look at the composition." He forced his eyes to the ornamental panels on the nearest column. Dense, intricate, layer upon layer of mirrored patternwork. He tried to see what she saw. He saw symmetry. He saw beauty. He saw nothing useful. "Jen, I need a control node. An interface, something I can—" "There isn't one. Not the kind you're looking for." She stepped sideways, putting herself closer to the left-hand column.
The scanning beam tracked her. She ignored it. It's in the panels themselves. The authorization. It's woven into the ornament. How? The same way as every other functional element in this whole civilization. She was speaking fast, not to explain, but to process. The beam on Michael's chest was distinctly hot now. One of the sentries had advanced 3 feet closer, its tracking appendage recalibrating, and Skippy pushed forward to match it, that warning whine climbing in pitch. "I can see the breaks."
Jen's right hand rose, fingers extended, tracing the air in front of the column's surface.
"Here, and yes, this one too. 4 of them."
4 deliberate deviations in an otherwise perfect bilateral mirror. The rest of the composition is flawless. These 4 breaks are intentional. Michael looked where she was pointing. He could see asymmetry in 2 of the spots, a motif that didn't quite match its mirror, a curve that terminated differently on the left than on the right. The other 2 were invisible to him. He might have noticed them eventually with an hour and a magnifying glass. Jen had found all 4 in seconds. "But what order?" he asked. "Even if they're the code, what sequence?"
"Visual weight."
She said it like it was obvious. Her fingers were already moving, tracing a path that connected the 4 asymmetric elements, not in their spatial arrangement, but in the order her eye wanted to travel through them. Heaviest first. The largest break in the symmetry, the one that pulled the viewer's gaze with the most visual mass, to the second heaviest, to the third. The path the eye naturally followed through a composition designed to be read by someone who understood how images speak. Not decoded. Read. One of the sentries made a sound like tearing metal. Skippy shrieked back at it. Jen crossed the space in 3 quick strides. On the right-hand column, at about hip height, a small panel was recessed into the ornamental surface. It held a cluster of glyphs, some symmetrical, some carrying the same kind of deliberate asymmetric variations she'd found on the columns. She studied it for perhaps 2 seconds. Then her hands came up, shaking badly. She pressed the first glyph, the one with the heaviest visual weight. Second glyph. A beat of silence. Then, third. The scanning beam on Michael's chest went from warm to searing. He stepped back involuntarily, and the beam followed him. Jen pressed the 4th. The sentries stopped. Not powered down. Still there, still angular and bristling. But the tracking appendages locked in place. The scanning beams cut out simultaneously, plunging the corridor into sudden dimness. The energy barriers dissolved. One moment solid planes of white light, the next gone, leaving only faint afterimages. Silence. Deep and total, except for the vibration from below, and both of them breathing too fast. Skippy held his position for a long 3 seconds, still spread wide, still broadcasting that warning at the frozen sentries. Then his limbs gathered slowly beneath him, and he backed away, keeping himself between the nearest sentry and the humans until he was close enough for Michael to feel the warmth radiating from his overdriven sensors. Michael looked at Jen. She was standing at the panel with her hands at her sides. The shaking hadn't stopped. He could see it in her shoulders, her fingers, a fine tremor that had nothing to do with cold or hunger. But her face was set, composed, holding. "That was you," he said. His voice came out rough. "I wasn't going to get there." She turned toward him. She didn't say she got lucky. She gave a single short dip of her head. Something shifted in Michael's chest as he watched her. Not the nod itself, the way she held it. No deflection, no shrug, no retreat into the safer version of herself that made the accomplishment smaller so it wouldn't have to be defended.
She stood at the panel the way a climber stands on a summit, still breathing hard, still shaking, but upright and unwilling to look away from the height. He thought of the glyph breakthrough on the starship, the way she'd waved it off and he'd let her, and he wanted to believe he was looking at someone who had changed, that she'd found her footing down here. He thought she had. Michael held her gaze for a beat longer than necessary, but the corridor was open and the vibration from below was calling them forward, and Skippy was already moving.
He fell in beside Jen, and they walked through the space where the barriers had been. His chest stung where the scanning beam had heated his shirt. The sentries remained locked in their frozen postures as they passed, and Michael had the uneasy sense that they were still watching. Beyond the threshold, the corridor curved down and opened into the space where everything they'd come 500 light-years to find was waiting. The chamber was immense, not cathedral scale like the starship's interior spaces. This was functional immensity, the proportions of a room built to contain something dangerous. The ceiling arched 40 feet overhead, supported by thick ribs of reinforced composite that curved inward and met at a central apex directly above the apparatus that dominated the floor. The amplification device. It was larger than Michael had imagined from the archive's projection. A stepped platform rose from the chamber's center, and from that platform grew a lattice of crystalline housing, translucent, structural, each element positioned with an engineering precision that made his geological instincts hum. The lattice radiated outward and upward from a central void, a chamber roughly 2 feet across, shaped to cradle something with the specific dimensions and geometry of a hexagonal crystal. Empty. Waiting. The housing was beautiful, and it was broken. A crack ran diagonally through the crystalline lattice on the housing's left side, starting at the base where a structural element had partially collapsed under what might have been seismic stress or thousands of years without maintenance. The crack propagated upward through 3 supporting members, widening as it went, and partway up it branched, 2 crack fronts diverging along separate cleavage planes before converging again at a higher point in the lattice, meeting at an apex where a fragment had separated entirely and fallen to the platform's surface, where it lay like a broken tooth. He circled the device slowly. Around the central chamber, the lattice elements were sound, clear, structurally intact, their internal grain aligned to transmit energy without scattering it. But that crack. If you ran energy through this housing, the stress would concentrate at the fracture's apex, the point where the crack fronts converged. The lattice would lose continuity, the load would redistribute unevenly, and the whole structure would shatter at resonance. He knew this the way he knew anything geological. The same logic as fault mechanics, the same physics that governed how rock faces failed. The housing wasn't rock, but the principles were identical. "The housing is damaged," he said. "This crack, it runs through the load-bearing lattice on the left side. If we energize this thing without stabilizing it, the whole housing shatters." Jen was walking slowly around the device's far side, studying the surfaces with the tablet. Skippy circled at ground level, sensors sweeping the platform's base. "Can you fix it?" she asked. "I think so. Not now. I need to find a compatible material to brace it, cut a keystone to the right dimensions. But the stress geometry is clear. The crack follows the crystal's cleavage plane, and the 2 fronts converge at that apex up there. That's where the load concentrates. Same principle as stabilizing a fractured outcrop. If I can seat a keystone at the stress concentration point and redistribute the load across the fracture plane, the housing should hold." His mind was already running the analysis. This was his domain. The answer lived in the geometry of stressed crystal. But first, they needed to know if the device could even power up. The archive had shown it drawing from deep planetary energy reserves, geological power, tapped from the planet's own thermal and tectonic systems. Michael needed to assess those reserves before investing hours in structural repair. He moved to the device's base platform, where a console was recessed into the stepped surface. The console was dark. He studied the interface, a bank of controls arranged in the same visual language as everything else, symmetrical ornament framing functional asymmetric elements. He couldn't read the glyphs, but the energy overlay showed a dormant power conduit running straight down from the console into the bedrock below. "I'm going to try bringing up the power systems," he said. "Just enough to see if the reserves are still viable. If the energy source is dead, none of this matters." Jen came around to his side. "Is that safe?" "No, not entirely. The archive showed the swarm hunting active technology, so I don't want to broadcast into the sky. But the architecture down here is different from everything above us. Reinforced, compartmentalized, built like a containment zone. The power conduit runs straight down into the bedrock, isolated from the surface grid. This deep, the systems should be self-contained." He paused, watching her face. "If the energy reserves are dead, none of this matters. The crystal, the repair work, all of it. Pointless if there's nothing left to power the device. I need to know before we invest hours we might not have." He looked at the console. "So I'm going to bring up the power feed. Smallest draw I can manage. A diagnostic pulse, not a broadcast, just enough to test whether the reserves survived. Like checking if the pilot light is still on before you try to ignite the furnace." He touched the console. The response began small. The vibration deepened beneath his feet, the steady pulse intensifying into something he could feel in his knees and hips. The console's surface warmed under his palms. Indicators flickered to life, running through what looked like a startup diagnostic, cascading sequences of alien notation flowing across the console in waves. The device's central housing brightened. Not the harsh white of the defense system, but a deep amber glow that suffused the crystalline lattice from within. The fracture line stood out in sharp relief, dark against the radiance. A jagged shadow cutting through something that was trying to be whole. "Power reserves are live," Michael said. The readings on the tablet were spiking in patterns he'd learned to associate with active energy flow. Whatever geological source they tapped, it's been generating for thousands of years. The reservoir is enormous. Then the chamber lights came on. Not just the chamber. Systems he hadn't activated began waking in sequence. Lights bloomed along the corridor behind them. Through the chamber's far wall, which was partially transparent, he could see corridors branching in 3 directions, every one lighting up, illumination cascading outward from this point like dominoes falling in all directions. "Michael," Jen's voice had gone flat. "The whole complex just lit up." He was already seeing it on the tablet. The energy overlay was transforming. What had been a single conduit was now a web of pathways spreading through the complex's infrastructure like capillaries filling with blood. The device's power source was connected to everything. The entire city was built on a unified infrastructure grid. Powering the device meant powering the grid. Through the transparent wall section, he saw the city beyond the complex stirring. Structures that had been cycling through autonomic routines suddenly blazed with genuine power. Facades lit from within. Machines hummed to life, drawing current for the first time in thousands of years. The alien vegetation draping through open windows was thrown into sharp, garish relief by light pouring from the interiors. The lights the dead had left burning were real now, everywhere, and screaming into the sky. Skippy was not looking at the lights. Skippy was looking at Michael. The drone raced toward him and butted against his legs, hard, a physical shove that nearly buckled Michael's left knee. Then Skippy raced to the console and slammed one manipulator against it. Not a tap, not controlled interaction. This was a strike. The console flickered, but didn't power down.
Hey, stop, Michael said, reaching for the drone.
I hear you, but I can't shut it off. The system activated across the whole... Skippy raced back, got behind Michael's calves, and pushed him bodily toward the corridor. Then he sprinted to Jen and circled her legs twice, clicking at a pitch Michael had never heard. Rapid, staccato, frantic, each click climbing higher than the last. He ran to the doorway and back, to the doorway and back.
Go, now, leave!
Skippy, what's... The tablet buzzed in Jen's hand. She held it up. The energy overlay was still there, but a second layer had appeared. A display mode they hadn't seen before, pulled from the ship AI's systems. A star chart. The system's star at center, planets in their orbits. New points of light were appearing in the outer system. They multiplied as he watched. First dozens, then hundreds, appearing in clusters in the asteroid belts and debris fields beyond the outermost planet's orbit, blinking on like sparks catching in dry tinder. Each point was small and individual, but they weren't stationary. They were moving, drifting inward. Slowly at first, then accelerating. Converging. Michael felt the blood leave his face. "Those aren't asteroids," he said. The points continued multiplying. Thousands now, spread across the outer system in a loose arc that was already tightening, drawing into streams and filaments that flowed toward the inner system, toward the planet, toward the city that was blazing with power for the first time in thousands of years, broadcasting the loudest technological signature this system had seen since the civilization fell. The swarm. Dormant in the cold debris for millennia, waiting for precisely this. A signal. A target. Something active to hunt. He had given it to them. Michael backed away from the console. His hands were cold and his mouth tasted like metal. The tablet's display kept updating. More points appearing, the streams thickening, the convergence accelerating as each newly reawakened unit triggered its neighbors out of dormancy in a cascading chain reaction, spreading through the debris fields like fire through dry brush. Skippy had stopped circling. He stood between Michael and the console, every sensor blazing, his whole body angled toward Michael with an intensity that wasn't anger, but something worse. Recognition. The drone had known. He'd tried to tell them. He'd pushed and struck and clicked and raced, and they hadn't understood because they couldn't. Because he had no voice, and they had no way to read his urgency for what it was. Not panic, but warning. Not malfunction, but memory. He'd seen this before. "How long?" Jen asked. She was staring at the tablet. Her voice was steady, but her free hand had closed into a fist at her side. Michael forced himself to look at the display. The swarm was still in the outer system, past the orbit of the farthest planet, deep in the debris belts where the remains of consumed infrastructure had drifted for millennia. The distances were enormous. "Hours," he said, "not minutes. The outer system is... There's a lot of space to cross. But they're already accelerating." "Can you shut it down? The power?" He was already moving toward the console. His hands found the controls, and the answer hit him before he'd finished reaching. The energy overlay showed the grid running at full draw, self-sustaining. Every node in the city drawing from the deep reserves in a feedback loop that didn't need the console anymore. The console had been the ignition. The fire was its own engine now. There was no off switch, because they never needed one. They built this system to stay on. His hands dropped to his sides. The guilt hit like something physical, a blow to the center of his chest that had nothing to do with the thin air. His careful analogy about pilot lights, his measured, reasonable voice explaining the risks while he reached for the console and woke the thing that would kill them. He had just replayed a dead civilization's tragedy in miniature, standing in their tomb. "No," he said. His voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. "The infrastructure is interconnected. I turned on the device's power feed and it woke everything. There's no way to isolate the grid from here." The tablet's star chart updated again. The streams of swarm units had coalesced into visible rivers of motion, flowing inward. Each point a tiny bright mote, the aggregate forming patterns that moved with the coordinated fluidity of a single organism. Michael watched them converge. He'd studied the archive. He'd watched the same scene play out in the holographic record. The swarm descending, the civilization falling. He'd knelt at the boundary and touched the edge of what that consumption left behind. He'd understood it the way a geologist understands an extinction event from the fossil record. Now he was on the other side of that record. He looked at Skippy. The drone had gone still, sensors aimed at the star chart on the tablet in Jen's hands. His posture was something Michael hadn't seen from him before. Not frantic, not warning. Waiting. As if the part of him that had been trying to prevent this had finished its work, and now the part that remembered what came next had taken over. Jen set the tablet on the console's edge so they could both see it. The swarm kept spreading inward. The city kept blazing. "Ours," Jen said. "Ours." She looked at the amplification device. The amber glow from its housing illuminated the fracture line like a wound cut through glass, the crystalline lattice humming faintly with the power Michael had fed it. The central chamber gaped open, empty, waiting for the piece of rock riding in the backpack on his back. "Then we'd better figure out how to use it," she said. Skippy moved first. Not toward the corridor, not toward the exit. He crossed the platform to the far side of the chamber where an archway opened into an adjacent bay. Michael hadn't noticed the archway before. His attention had been consumed by the device and the fracture. Skippy disappeared through it. Michael heard clicks from inside, rapid and methodical, the sound of the drone surveying something. Then silence. Skippy reappeared in the archway a few seconds later. He looked at Michael. He looked at Jen. He looked at the swarm points converging on the tablet's display. Then he turned his sensors back toward the bay behind him, held there for a long moment, and came back to the platform without explanation. Above them, beyond the complex, the alien city burned with light it hadn't carried since the last living being on this world had walked its streets. The sky beyond the transparent wall sections was still the same dusty amber, but somewhere out there, past the atmosphere, past the orbits of the two small moons, past the inner planets, a swarm of self-replicating machines that had consumed a civilization was accelerating toward the light that Michael had turned on for them. He picked up his pack. The quartz pressed against his spine through the fabric, warm and heavy, and necessary. The fracture in the device's housing needed to be repaired before they could seat the crystal, and the activation interface needed to be configured, and both of those tasks would take time they might not have. Jen touched his arm. Not a squeeze, not a grip, just contact. Her fingertips against the inside of his elbow for a moment before she withdrew. "We know what we need to do," she said. "Start with what you're good at." Michael looked at the fracture running through the crystalline housing, dark against the amber glow. Stressed crystal, load distribution, crack propagation, keystone repair. He could do this. He had to do this, because doing it was the only thing standing between that converging swarm and everything he cared about. He set his pack down at the base of the platform, pulled out his headlamp, and knelt beside the fracture, studying the way the crack fronts converged at the apex where the fragment had broken free. The geometry was already resolving in his mind: stress vectors, cleavage angles, the keystone shape that would redistribute the load. He knew how to fix this. He just needed the time. Chapter 7. The Clock. The fracture wanted to kill them. Michael could read its intention the way he'd read 1,000 cliff faces across the Appalachians, the way stressed rock always announced where it meant to fail. The crack started at the housing's base, where a structural element had partially collapsed, probably centuries ago, and climbed diagonally through 3 supporting members of the crystalline lattice. Partway up, it branched, the 2 fronts diverging along separate cleavage planes before converging again at an apex where a fragment the size of his fist had broken free and tumbled to the platform. That apex was where the housing would die. He traced the fracture with the beam of his headlamp, following each crack front the way he'd follow a joint set through a quarry wall. The logic was clean, almost elegant. Cleavage plane orientation, grain alignment, stress concentration at the convergence point. If they energized this lattice with the quartz seated in the central chamber, the resonance would propagate through every element of the housing simultaneously. Every element except the apex, where the load would pile up against the missing fragment like water hitting a broken dam. The entire structure would shatter outward in a spray of crystalline shrapnel, and the disruption signal would never form. Same physics as a fractured outcrop. Same solution, too. He needed a keystone. Michael stood and turned his headlamp across the chamber walls. The thick, reinforcing ribs that curved from floor to ceiling were the same translucent material as the housing, same mineral family, same crystalline structure, same grain orientation in at least 2 of the ribs closest to the platform. He crossed to the nearest one and pressed his palm flat against it. Cool to the touch, but with a faint internal warmth that matched the device housing. He tilted his head and sighted along the rib's length the way he'd sight along a core sample. The internal grain ran longitudinally, top to bottom. He needed a wedge with the grain running perpendicular to the fracture face, so the compressive load would distribute across the grain rather than along it. The second rib, 6 feet to the right, had a slight twist in its internal structure where it met the ceiling junction. The grain there curved, not ideal for structural purposes, which was probably why this particular rib showed a hairline stress mark near its base. Perfect for his purposes. He knelt beside his pack where it sat at the base of the platform and pulled his rock hammer from the side pocket, then dug out the cold chisel he'd brought for collecting samples along Crabtree Creek. The tools felt absurdly small in his hands, designed for chipping garnets out of mica schist, not performing surgery on alien architecture. But the principals didn't care about scale. Michael positioned the chisel at the base of the second rib where the stress mark ran, angled to follow the natural fracture plane. He drew a breath that stopped short of full, drew another. The air down here felt like trying to breathe through a wet cloth, each inhale topping out with a quarter of his lungs still wanting. He swung the hammer. The crystalline material rang. Not the dull thud of granite or the brittle crack of quartz. A tone, clean and sustained, that hummed through the chisel and up his forearm into his shoulder. He adjusted his angle 2 degrees and struck again. A flake separated along the grain. He struck again, harder, and a wedge-shaped fragment the length of his hand broke free and landed in his palm, trailing a whisper of crystalline dust. He turned it in the headlamp beam. The internal structure caught the light and threw it back in slow, prismatic waves, amber, and deep gold. The grain ran exactly where he needed it. He brought it to the housing and held it against the apex, rotating it until the geometry clicked. The wedge would seat into the convergence point and distribute load across the fracture face on both sides, turning the two crack fronts into compression surfaces that pushed against each other rather than pulling apart. The same principle as the keystone in a Roman arch, except the arch was crystalline, and the consequences of getting it wrong were measured in extinction rather than collapsed masonry. He started shaping the wedge. Each strike of the hammer cost him. The thin air turned precision work into an endurance event. 3 strikes, then he had to stop and breathe, hands on his knees, vision narrowing at the edges before clearing. 2 more strikes. Stop. Breathe. The chisel slipped once, and he caught it before it gouged the face he needed clean, but the near miss sent a jolt of adrenaline through him that ate oxygen he didn't have. Jen appeared at his shoulder. She'd been watching from the platform, giving him room. Now she crouched beside him and held the wedge steady while he shaped its mating surface with careful, shallow taps. "You're not breathing," she said. "I'm aware." "Take a break," Jen said. "Can't." He struck again. The flake that separated was exactly right. Jen's fingers were steady on the fragment, holding it at the angle he needed without being told. 3 years of handing each other water bottles and tent stakes and granola bars on the trail had given them a physical shorthand that didn't require words. "You should eat something." She reached toward his jacket, toward the pocket where the protein bar and almonds made a small, hard lump against his hip. "The bar and the almonds. That's all we have left, Michael." He shook his head without looking up, shifting away from her hand. The food stayed where he'd tucked it that morning, a weight he refused to acknowledge. Eating felt like stopping, and stopping felt like giving up. "After I get this seated." She didn't push. She kept holding the wedge. The final shaping took closer to 30 minutes. Each tap precise, each pause for air longer than the last. His forearms burned with the specific fatigue of sustained fine motor work at altitude, the muscles trembling between strikes. Twice he had to set the hammer down and flex his fingers, waiting for steadiness to return. Twice it didn't fully return, and he worked through the tremor. When the wedge was ready, he knelt at the base of the fracture and began fitting it into the apex. The mating surfaces needed to be tight. Any gap would become a stress riser under resonance. He tapped the wedge into place with the heel of the hammer, light, careful blows, listening to the change in tone as the surfaces mated. The sound shifted from a hollow ring to a deeper note that said the crystal was taking the load, distributing it, accepting the new geometry. The housing's own residual warmth helped. The power Michael had fed into the system still radiated through the lattice, and the slight thermal expansion pressed the wedge's surfaces tighter against the fracture faces with each passing minute. He could feel it locking in, the two crack fronts becoming compression surfaces that reinforced each other. He sat back on his heels and studied his work in the headlamp beam. The wedge sat flush. The fracture lines on either side of it were still visible, dark threads through the amber-lit crystal, but they were stable now, braced. The load would distribute through the keystone and into the intact lattice beyond, the same way a well-placed chalkstone could hold a fractured cliff face together for centuries. The housing would hold. Michael let out a breath that went all the way to the bottom of his lungs for the first time in an hour. His hands were shaking and wouldn't stop. "It'll hold," he said. Jen touched his arm. "Michael, you need to eat something before you go at that interface." He was already turning toward the console, toward the activation interface that occupied the panel surface to the right of the central chamber. "I know. After." "Half a protein bar yesterday morning doesn't count, Michael.
We're running on nothing. I know.
The guilt was a furnace in his chest, and stopping to eat felt like an indulgence the dead couldn't afford. Every minute he spent doing anything other than solving this problem was a minute stolen from people who'd waited thousands of years for a solution that had walked through their door in hiking boots and a backpack. After I figure out this interface. She watched him for a moment, then let it go. The activation interface occupied a recessed section of the console surface, roughly 3 feet wide. Where the power controls had been arranged in recognizable functional clusters, the activation panel was dominated by visual elements arranged in a composition that made no mechanical sense. Some elements were fixed in place, glowing faintly. Others occupied positions that felt provisional, as if they could be moved or rearranged. The whole thing was framed by the civilization's characteristic ornamental vocabulary, the same dense bilateral symmetry he'd seen on every surface in the complex. And within that symmetry, the same kind of deliberate breaks Jen had been reading since they first walked the city streets. Michael studied the panel the way he'd study a seismic readout. The fixed elements formed a partial pattern, a sequence, maybe, an equation, some relationship that, once completed, would configure the device for activation. The movable elements were the variables. Place them correctly, and the equation resolved. He tried the most obvious geometric completion first. Nothing happened. He tried arranging the movable elements to mirror the fixed ones, creating perfect bilateral symmetry. The panel flickered and went dark for a moment before resetting. He tried a rotational sequence, a mathematical progression based on the spatial intervals between fixed elements, a Fibonacci spiral mapped onto the layout. Nothing. He tried again, faster, running through permutations the way he'd run through mineral identification keys in his first geology lab. Each attempt met the same blank response. 15 minutes. 20. He could feel the wrongness of his approach in his chest, in the base of his skull, a mounting pressure that said he was forcing something that didn't want to be forced.
Michael?
Jen's voice came from behind him. She'd been studying the panel from the platform steps, tablet held loose in one hand.
I think it works the same way as the security codes.
He didn't turn around. The security codes were a 4-element sequence. This has at least 12 movable elements.
The principle is the same. The movable elements aren't variables in an equation. They're compositional elements in an unfinished image. You're supposed to complete the image.
By doing what? Guessing where they feel right? The silence behind him had weight. He turned. Jen was standing on the second step of the platform, tablet against her hip, and her expression was something he had never seen on her face in 3 years of hiking and talking and being the most important person in each other's lives without ever saying so. It wasn't anger. It was something that looked like recognition. The recognition of someone who had told herself a thing 1,000 times and now heard it confirmed by the one voice she'd needed to hear say something different. Jen, I didn't mean...
Yeah. Her voice was flat, stripped of the warmth and teasing and impressionistic color that made her sound like Jen. You did.
She stepped down from the platform and walked to the far side of the chamber, where the transparent wall sections showed the sky beyond the complex. She stood with her back to him, arms crossed, and she didn't say anything else. Michael opened his mouth, closed it. He thought about the archive. He thought about reaching for her in the amber light while the display of a dead civilization played around them. He thought about how she'd been the one to crack the glyph system, and he'd smiled and moved on when she called it luck. He thought about the security threshold, how she'd found 4 asymmetric breaks in seconds while he stood there with a beam burning into his chest,
and how, afterward, she hadn't called it luck, and he'd taken that to mean she'd arrived at something solid. He'd thought her silence meant she believed in herself.
And now he saw what it might have actually meant. She'd been holding a door shut, and he'd kicked it open with a word he suspected she'd been using against herself since long before he met her. A word he'd never once bothered to correct because it had never occurred to him that she meant it. He turned back to the interface. The panel waited, and everything Michael knew how to do was useless against it. From the far side of the chamber came a faint clicking. Skippy crossed the floor to where Jen stood and positioned himself beside her, one manipulator extended until it rested against her ankle. The drone's sensors glowed at a steady, low warmth. Not scanning, not surveying, just present. Jen's hand dropped to her side. Her fingers found the upper edge of Skippy's sensor housing and stayed there. Michael watched them for a moment. Then he looked back at the interface. He couldn't solve it. The realization settled through him like groundwater finding the lowest level. He'd mapped every element, run every permutation his training could generate. The panel wasn't broken, and it wasn't encrypted. It was composed in a language he didn't speak and couldn't learn by force, a language that lived in the eye rather than the mind, and his eye didn't work that way, and never would. He sat down on the platform step and put his head in his hands. The chamber hummed around him, the power he'd fed into the system still thrumming through walls and floor, and everything he'd done since the archive, the housing, the keystone, the careful geological logic that had saved them twice, all of it led here, to a problem shaped exactly like the thing he'd just told Jen didn't count. He was not enough. And in the moment that mattered most, the fear had made him reach for the word she used against herself, the word he'd never once corrected in 3 years of watching her wave away her own brilliance, because some part of him had believed it too. Not consciously, not cruelly, but enough that when the walls closed in and his tools failed, what came out of his mouth was the thing that would push away the one person who could reach what he couldn't. He didn't know how long he sat there. Not long. The chittering from above wouldn't let him. Jen's voice came from across the chamber, quiet, and directed at Skippy rather than at him. "I know," she said. "I see it too." Michael raised his head. She was still at the transparent wall, but she wasn't looking at the activation interface. She was looking up. Her arms had uncrossed. One hand rested on Skippy's housing, and her face was lit by something that wasn't coming from inside the chamber. Michael followed her gaze. The sky through the upper wall sections had changed. Where the dusty amber had stretched unbroken to the horizon since they'd arrived, a metallic shimmer now crawled across the far edge of the atmosphere, catching the orange starlight and throwing it back in fragments. It was beautiful, the way certain poisonous things are beautiful, the way an oil slick refracts rainbow light on black water. Moving, growing, descending. The swarm had arrived. They watched it come down. The leading edge hit the outer city first, visible as a ripple of darkness moving across the buildings at the far perimeter. Structures that had stood for millennia vanished in seconds, their outlines dissolving from the top down as if being erased. The cycling lights in the open facades winked out in sequence, one after another, like a string of bulbs being pulled from a circuit. The street where Jen had first marked a symmetry break in her journal was there, and then it wasn't. The archway where Skippy had paused with dimmed sensors crumbled into the approaching darkness. The building where Skippy had mourned. The small, rounded structure set back behind a screen of alien vegetation, where he'd sunk close to the ground and gone still, with the particular stillness of something remembering what it had lost. gone. The swarm flowed over the spot where it had stood, like water closing over a dropped stone. And what remained was the same smooth gray-white nothing that covered half the planet's surface. The scar they'd touched on their first day, the edge of genocide spreading. Skippy's sensors flickered once, then steadied. His manipulator against Jen's ankle tightened. Through the transparent walls, the consumption spread inward toward the complex, each block eaten in the time it took Michael to draw a breath. The chittering reached them as vibration first, then as sound, a dry metallic clicking that built in layers until it filled the chamber like static. Individual units were visible now where the swarm met the nearest standing structures. Small, insectoid, each one no larger than a closed fist, with angular articulated bodies that caught the amber light and glinted. Alone, they were nothing. Together, networked, coordinated, they moved with a single fluid intelligence that made Michael's skin crawl. The lights in the complex's upper levels began to go out. Jen walked back to the platform, not to Michael. She stopped at the edge of the console and looked at the activation interface. The compositional elements waited in their unresolved arrangement, the deliberate asymmetries glowing faintly against the ornamental frame. She could see it. He could tell from the way her eyes moved, the quick tracking that followed the path of visual weight through the composition. She could see where the movable elements wanted to go. She could feel the image's resolution the way she felt the composition of a painting, the balance point that existed before she put it on canvas. And she didn't reach for the panel. She stood there with her hands at her sides, looking at a problem she knew how to solve. And she didn't move. The chittering grew louder. Through the transparent walls, the swarm consumed another block. The vibration in the floor changed pitch, deepening as the swarm's weight pressed against the city's outer structures. Michael stood. He crossed to her. She didn't look at him. Jen, nothing. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out everything that was left, the protein bar and the almonds, a small handful rattling loose against the wrapper. The last of everything. He'd refused it every time she'd offered. Now his hands set it on the platform edge without thinking. The protein bar in its wrapper, the almonds in a small loose pile beside it. He left them there and turned back to the interface, staring at elements he couldn't read, his hands hanging at his sides. Jen looked at the food. He'd carried it against his hip for hours, refusing every time she'd tried to get him to eat, refusing to stop, refusing anything that felt like slowing down. And now he'd set it down the way he set down a tool he was too tired to hold. She picked up the protein bar, tore the wrapper open, broke it in half, not precisely, not the way she would have done it if her hands weren't shaking, but close enough. She divided the almonds into two uneven piles and pushed the larger one toward him. She held out his half of the bar without a word. Something moved across her face. Not forgiveness, not yet, but the recognition of a gesture made in the only language he had left. He took the piece from her, his fingers curling around it the way hers curled around everything. Around his wrist on the hillside back home, around Skippy's housing, around the tablet and the pencil, and every object she touched with that artist's spatial awareness he'd spent 3 years watching, without understanding. A quiet act of grace he hadn't earned, offered without ceremony by the person he'd just wounded. They ate in silence. The bar first, then the almonds, one at a time, standing side by side while the world ended outside the walls. The last of the food they'd packed for a hike that felt like another lifetime. 4 days and 500 light years from the nearest thing that could replace it, shared without ceremony. Neither of them so much as glanced at the empty wrapper. Jen. The words locked in his throat. He knew what he needed to say. He could feel the shape of it, the apology and the admission, and the trust she needed to hear, all of it pressing against the inside of his ribs like a breath he couldn't release. But the guilt was a wall, and the fear was mortar, and every time he reached for the right words, what came out was the voice of a man who'd spent his whole life solving problems by himself, a man who didn't know how to say, "I need you," without it sounding like, "I failed." She glanced at him. One quick look, searching, and whatever she saw made her face close again. The chittering was closer. Through the wall, a structure 2 blocks from the complex perimeter collapsed inward on itself, consumed, and the swarm flowed over its foundation like a tide. She looked back at the interface. Her hands stayed at her sides. The composition waited, and neither of them could reach it. Behind them, Skippy made a sound Michael had never heard from him. A low, sustained tone, mechanical, but unmistakably urgent, directed not at the swarm or at the device, but at both of them. Michael turned. The drone stood at the edge of the platform, every sensor oriented toward the archway that led to the adjacent bay. The bay he'd surveyed hours ago and returned from without explanation. Now, Skippy was looking between Michael and Jen and the swarm with a gaze sequence that suggested he'd already connected something they hadn't. Now his sensors blazed, and his manipulators were braced against the platform surface, and the tone he was making climbed until Michael felt it in the bones of his face. Michael looked at Skippy. He looked at Jen, still frozen at the console, hands at her sides, the answer visible in her eyes and unreachable in her hands. He looked at the activation interface, its unresolved composition glowing faintly against the ornamental frame like a question no one could answer. The chittering grew louder. Through the transparent walls, the swarm pressed against the complex's outer walls, darkening them like a living stain spreading downward from the upper levels. The lights on the level above them flickered, then went out. Below that, the next level dimmed. The sound was everywhere now, a dry metallic tide pouring down through the complex's corridors somewhere above them, growing closer, filling the architecture the way water fills a sinking vessel. Not yet here, but coming, inevitable. The sound of it louder than the silence it replaced. Skippy's tone climbed again, urgent, his sensors blazing toward the adjacent bay. His whole body was angled toward the archway, every manipulator braced, every sensor burning with something that looked less like alarm and more like intention. Michael sat on the platform step, his hands hanging between his knees, still trembling from the repair work, still useless against the one problem that mattered. Jen stood 3 feet away, close enough to touch, separated by a distance he had built with a single word, staring at the activation interface with the answer visible in her eyes and unreachable in her hands. The composition waited. The chittering descended through the corridors above them, closer with every breath, and neither of them could move. Chapter 8. Skippy's Run. Skippy moved first. The first swarm units came through the corridor entrance like spilled mercury, low and fast across the floor. Jen saw them before she heard them. Small, angular shapes, each no bigger than her fist, catching the amber light from the crystalline housing as they poured over the threshold and fanned out across the device chamber in a skittering wave. They moved in coordinated surges, 3 or 4 units shifting directions simultaneously, drawn toward the device platform and its deep, planetary hum. One reached the base of the platform's steps. Its articulated legs gripped the edge, and it pulled itself upward with mechanical efficiency. Another followed. A third angled toward Michael, who was still sitting on the step with his hands between his knees. More swarmed up behind them, chittering metallic shapes climbing over the equipment housings, scaling the walls, flooding the floor between Michael and Jen. A unit reached Michael's boot and climbed, articulated legs gripping the fabric of his pant leg. Another crested the top step and skittered across the platform toward Jen, its angular body catching the amber glow as it reached her ankle and began climbing. She felt the cold mechanical grip through her sock, the tiny, precise pressure of legs designed to hold anything. Skippy hit the first unit with a sound like a wrench dropped on concrete. He came off the platform in a blur of limbs, faster than she'd ever seen him move, and his front manipulators struck the unit climbing Jen's leg, ripping it free and sending it spinning across the platform. He pivoted and slammed the one off Michael's calf, then wheeled through the cluster on the steps, battering units away from both of them with enough force that two cracked against the base of a reinforcing rib and went still. More were coming, a stream of them now, flowing through the corridor entrance with the fluid inevitability of water finding a channel. The ones Skippy knocked away were already righting themselves, orienting back toward the platform. Skippy drove his body into the densest cluster, every limb churning, manipulators sweeping in wide arcs that scattered units like dry leaves. For 3 or 4 seconds he held the space around Jen and Michael clear through nothing but relentless physical violence. Then he stopped. He turned away from the swarm units on the floor and moved toward the adjacent bay, crossing the chamber in a straight, deliberate line. Not running. Walking. Every sensor aimed forward, not one looking back. "Skippy!" Her voice came out strangled. He didn't turn. He passed through the archway into the bay, and Jen heard a thud, then the scrape of manipulators on metal, then a deep mechanical groan as something powered up. Through the archway, she saw faint light bloom against the walls. A craft of some kind, low and angular, smaller than the shuttle, was docked against the far wall. Skippy was inside it. She could see his sensor glow through a narrow viewport. The craft lurched sideways, overcorrected, lurched again. His piloting was terrible. The craft's systems screamed to life. A pulse of energy rolled out of the bay and hit Jen like a physical wall of static, standing every hair on her arms on end, making the tablet in her hand buzz so hard she nearly dropped it. The craft was broadcasting something. A signal. Tight and furious and impossibly loud, concentrated into a point source no more than 20 feet from the swarm units flooding the chamber. The nearest units stopped. Their coordinated surge toward the platform fractured as the ones closest to the bay reversed direction without hesitation, flowing toward the craft's signal the way iron filings snap toward a magnet. The units that had been crawling over Michael and Jen pulled free and dropped, skittering toward the bay archway. Units on the lower steps released their grip and tumbled back to the floor, joining the stream. Farther out, the effect weakened. Units climbing the housing lattice hesitated, some peeling away and others reorienting only part way before the pull lost its hold. Units near the corridor entrance barely reacted at all, still pressing inward on the device's deeper signal. The craft bucked out of the bay on a wobbling trajectory, clearing the archway by inches. Swarm units converged on it from every direction, crawling up its hull, covering the viewport. Through the chittering mass, she caught one glimpse of amber light from inside. He was looking back at her. One bright flash from his sensors. Steady, not afraid. The craft shot toward the corridor entrance, trailing a cloud of metallic bodies, its broadcast ripping the nearest units off the floor and walls and dragging them after it in a chittering wake. The chamber thinned, but didn't clear. The units that had been physically present, the ones close enough for his point-blank signal to override their network, were gone, tumbling after the craft.
But the deeper swarm mass outside was still pressing inward, still converging on the complex's massive power signature. And new units were already trickling through the corridor entrance to replace the ones Skippy had torn away. A decoy. "Skippy!"
The scream tore out of her. She was at the edge of the platform before she knew she'd moved, reaching toward the corridor entrance where the last metallic shapes were disappearing, the fading whine of the craft's broadcast pulling farther away, taking him with it. The name she'd given him caught in her throat. Not the drone's name. The other Skippy. The terrier mix who slept across her feet and followed her from room to room, and died the spring before she met Michael. She'd hung his collar on the hook by her door and told herself she wouldn't do this again, wouldn't name something she could lose. She named it anyway, and now it was gone. A new unit skittered through the corridor entrance, then another. The window Skippy had torn open was already narrowing. Michael was standing. He stood at the bay archway, staring into the empty space where the craft had been, his face stripped of everything except raw comprehension. His hands weren't shaking anymore. Something in the stillness of his body frightened her more than the shaking had. He turned to her. "I'm sorry." 2 words, quiet enough that the scattered clicking of incoming units nearly swallowed them. But she heard them the way she heard compositional weight in a painting, in the register beneath language, where meaning lived. He stepped back from the console, physically stepped back, his boots scraping on the platform's surface, creating distance between himself and the activation panel. Not because he'd exhausted his options, because he was choosing to let her go first, the way she'd gone first into the shuttle on the hillside, and he'd followed not because it was safe, but because she'd gone. A swarm unit reached the base of the platform. Michael kicked it off the step without looking down. 2 more were already behind it, clicking upward. Jen moved to the interface. The composition waited. The activation panel, roughly 3 feet wide, recessed into the console surface. Fixed elements glowed in their positions, forming the bones of an incomplete image. Movable elements floated in provisional placements around the frame, each carrying its own visual mass, each wrong. The whole arrangement hummed with unresolved tension, an ache in the composition, a chord held without resolution. She pulled the tablet from where she'd been holding it against her hip and looked at it one last time. The alien display was cycling faster than she'd ever seen, images overlapping, the swarm showing as a tightening net around the planet, the device's power signature pulsing in the center like a heartbeat. The swarm was converging. The device was ready. The window was closing. She tucked the tablet inside her jacket and turned back to the panel with both hands free. The ornamental frame was the civilization's visual language at its most refined. Perfect bilateral symmetry in the decorative borders, but within that frame, the deliberate breaks, asymmetric deviations where function lived. She'd learned to see them on the city streets, marked the first one with a star in her journal, felt the principle click into place in the atrium. She'd applied it at the security threshold, finding the 4 breaks and tracing them in viewing order while her hands shook so badly she could barely press the glyphs. This was different. The security codes had been a sentence she could read. 4 elements, clear sequence, visual weight descending from heaviest to lightest. This was a painting. The fixed elements established an arrangement that was almost balanced, the way a landscape might be almost complete if you removed the single tree that anchored the foreground. Without that missing element, the image functioned technically, but it didn't breathe. It created a gravitational tug toward the places where weight should sit and didn't. The movable elements were the answer. 12 of them, maybe more, each a small glyph carrying its own asymmetric signature, its own visual mass. They could go anywhere on the panel. The possible arrangements were functionally infinite. No algorithm could solve it because the tension wasn't mathematical, it was compositional. It lived in the relationship between weight and space, between density and openness, between the elements that were present and the gaps they left behind. She let her eyes go soft, the same way she'd softened her focus on the tablet in the starship's command center, looking through the arrangement rather than at it. The fixed elements settled into her peripheral awareness as anchors, and the gaps resolved from empty space into active shapes, each one exerting its own quiet demand. There. The heaviest movable element, a glyph with dense internal structure and strong visual mass, wanted to sit in the upper register of the composition. Not where a Western-trained eye would place it. Higher, where this civilization's visual grammar weighted things, where meaning accumulated at the top of the frame and cascaded downward. She placed it. The panel responded with a faint shift in luminosity. Not acceptance. Acknowledgement. The composition adjusted around the new element, the remaining gaps reshaping themselves the way a painting's negative space changes when you add a single stroke. 2 new units clicked up the platform steps. Michael was beside her now, between her and the corridor entrance, and she heard a sharp impact as he swept one away with his boot. The stream through the corridor was thickening. Not 1 or 2 units now, but clusters. The deeper swarm, mass, pressing inward faster than Skippy's decoy could thin it. She didn't look. The second element found its place below and to the right of the first, a lighter glyph whose asymmetric signature echoed the first at reduced visual mass. The third slotted into a gap in the lower left that had been pulling at her since she first looked at the panel, a void that disrupted the balance like a missing tooth. 3 more units reached the platform edge. Behind them, the corridor entrance darkened with incoming bodies, the chittering building again into layered static, the breach refilling faster now as Skippy's craft drew farther away and the decoy's pull weakened against the device's enormous power signature. Skippy's window was closing. Jen's hands moved. Not frantically, with the measured certainty of an artist who could see the finished image before it existed. Element by element, the composition resolved. Each placement changed the visual gravity of the whole, and each change revealed where the next element needed to go. She wasn't calculating or guessing. She was reading the image the way she read any composition, following the logic of visual weight and negative space that no analytical framework could capture, because it wasn't a code. It was a language that lived in the eye. Element by element, the composition resolved towards something that resembled balance. The final asymmetric glyph hovered in her fingers, and the gap it wanted to fill was so compositionally necessary that placing it felt less like solving a problem and more like exhaling. She pressed it into position. The panel flared. Every element found its relationship to every other, the visual tension releasing in a cascade of harmonics she could feel in her fingertips, and the interface blazed with a light that was nothing like the amber glow of the housing or the sharp white of the security sentries. This was the light of something completing itself after thousands of years of waiting. "Michael!" He was already moving. He crossed the platform and descended the steps to where his pack sat at the base, dropping to one knee beside it. He unzipped the main compartment and pulled the quartz crystal out. The hexagonal termination caught the interface's light and scattered it through the chamber in a wash of warm color. The crystal Jen had called beautiful on the hillside, the crystal he'd called pure on the trail. Both true, both necessary, the way they'd always been. The central chamber waited. 2 feet across, shaped with exacting precision. Every facet of the crystalline housing angled to cradle a hexagonal crystal of specific dimensions. The lattice that Michael had braced with his keystone, the fracture his geological hands had stabilized so the housing could withstand resonance. His repair. Her configuration. Both necessary, neither sufficient alone. He lifted the quartz and lowered it into the chamber. It seated with a sound that was not quite a click, more like a note finding its octave. The crystal settled into the lattice the way a key enters a lock it was cut for, every surface meeting its counterpart, the weight on both ends finally over. Swarm units covered the bottom 3 steps of the platform. More flowed through the corridor entrance in a steady stream, the leading edge of a wave that stretched back through the complex and up through the consumed city and out into the atmosphere where the full mass spiraled inward. The nearest unit was 4 feet from Jen's boots. She looked at Michael. He looked at her. Everything in that look. The hillside where he'd grabbed her arm and she'd held his wrist. The shuttle launch where she told him they'd be okay. The command center floor where she described the star tunnel as brush strokes, and he finally saw the beauty. The archive where they reached for each other at the same time. The word that wounded her. The 2 words that healed it. The activation surface was wide enough for 4 hands. They pressed together. The device detonated. Not fire. Not explosion. A pulse, deep and vast and total, rising from the planetary reserves through the bedrock, through the power conduit, through the crystalline housing, and into the quartz where 400 million years of molecular perfection caught the energy and split it and multiplied it and broadcast it outward as a frequency that human ears couldn't hear, but human bones could feel. The disruption wave expanded from the chamber in every direction simultaneously. The swarm unit, 4 feet from Jen's boot, stopped. Its legs locked mid-stride, angular head tilted toward the device, and for 1 fraction of a second she could see the networked intelligence behind its sensor cluster, the connection to every other unit in the system. The connection severed. The unit dropped. Dead weight. Dead metal. It hit the platform surface and skidded to a stop against her boot with a hollow ceramic sound. Inert. Across the chamber floor, every swarm unit fell at the same instant. 100 small impacts, like a handful of bolts dropped on stone. The chittering cut off, as though someone had thrown a switch. The corridor entrance went silent. Through the transparent upper walls, Jen saw the wave propagate. Units climbing the complex's outer surface released their grip and tumbled, a dark rain sliding down the walls. The stain consuming the building peeled away and fell. Beyond the complex, the wave rolled outward. The dense, coordinated cloud that had been consuming everything broke apart into individual components, each one losing its connection to the whole, each one going dark and dropping. They fell like hail, a distant, sustained rattling that went on and on as millions of units rained down across the scarred landscape. The cloud pursuing Skippy's craft dissolved. She saw it through the transparent wall, a bright point that was the utility craft still moving erratically, and around it a dark swarm that suddenly wasn't a swarm anymore. The units came apart, tumbling independently, a cascade of metallic fragments catching the orange starlight as they fell. The craft lurched onward through dissipating debris, trailing sparks, hull visibly damaged even at this distance. Then it banked, wobbled, turned. Jen's legs gave out. She sat down hard on the platform edge, her hands still pressed against the activation surface, and watched through blurred vision as the small, bright point changed course and came back toward the complex. Toward them.
Michael.
Her voice broke on his name. He was beside her, sitting on the platform edge, staring at the same distant point. His hand found hers on the activation surface, and stayed. Below them, the quartz glowed in its chamber. Not refracted amber, not prismatic fire. A glow from within, steady and warm, as though the energy that had passed through it had left something behind. The crystal she'd called beautiful on a hillside in the Blue Ridge sat in an alien device 500 light-years from home, and it was not the same crystal anymore. Its edges had softened, the clean hexagonal termination rounded into something gentler, as though the energy had reshaped the lattice from within. Something had changed in it. Something lived in it now. The silence was extraordinary. Not the dead silence of the planet. This was the silence after the last note of a piece of music, the held breath between the final chord and the applause, charged and complete, and ringing with everything that had come before. Through the transparent walls, the sky was clearing. The metallic shimmer that had choked the atmosphere was gone. The sky was open again, and the two moons hung where they always had, untouched, their light washing the scarred landscape clean. The utility craft grew larger in the viewport, wobbling, trailing something that might have been smoke or fragments of swarm units still clinging to the hull. It dropped below the roofline and disappeared from view. A sound reached them from the adjacent bay, a heavy, graceless impact, metal on metal. Then silence. Then clicking. Slow, uneven, one leg dragging from the sound of it, but steady. Coming through the archway from the bay, each step precise, each contact with the floor deliberate and certain in a way that bypassed every question about whether machines could want something. Skippy came through the archway. His left rear leg dragged behind him, the joint bent at an angle it wasn't designed for. His hull was scored and dented where swarm units had been crawling over him, and two of his sensor clusters flickered and stuttered, their light unsteady. But the remaining sensors were lit, warm copper, steady. He came across the chamber floor without stopping, stepping over inert swarm units, and climbed the platform steps one at a time, his damaged leg scraping on each riser. He crossed to where Jen sat and pressed himself against her side, choosing her the way he always did. One manipulator extended and found her hand. Jen pulled him into her lap and put her face against his scored housing and let herself cry. Not quietly, not with composure. The kind of crying that came from a place deeper than sadness, where loss and relief and love existed in the same breath, where naming something you could lose turned out to be the bravest thing she'd ever done. Michael's hand was still on hers. His other hand came to rest on Skippy's back, gently, over the undamaged section of hull. The three of them sat on the platform edge above a floor littered with dead metal, in a chamber that had waited thousands of years for this moment, on a planet that had died because of the thing they'd just killed. Outside, inert swarm units lay across the landscape in drifts like fallen leaves. The city's cycling lights were dark now, consumed, but the sky above was clear for the first time since the swarm breached the atmosphere. The orange star hung low on the horizon, its light pouring through the transparent walls and catching the quartz in its chamber, and the crystal glowed back, as if answering. Jen lifted her head from Skippy's hull. His remaining sensors pulsed once against her cheek, warm and even. She looked at Michael, and he looked at her, and neither of them said anything, because there was nothing that needed to be said out loud. The composition was complete. Chapter 9. Coming Home. They didn't move for a long time. The chamber held them, the way a cathedral holds silence after the congregation has gone. Orange starlight fell through transparent walls and pooled around the platform, catching the drifts of inert swarm units scattered across the floor like dead leaves after a storm. The quartz pulsed in its chamber below them, steady and warm, and Michael watched it without trying to understand it. Jen's breathing had slowed. Skippy's weight rested against her hip, his manipulator still curled around her wrist, and her free hand lay under Michael's on the activation surface. Her face was swollen and streaked, and she looked more beautiful than anything he'd ever seen through a hand lens or a transit scope or the transparent hull of an alien ship. He didn't try to name what he felt. For the first time in his life, not naming something didn't feel like failure. The altered quartz drew his gaze back. He could see it from the platform edge, seated in the chamber below, and his geologist's mind cataloged the differences automatically. The crystal he'd admired on a hillside in the Blue Ridge had changed. The glow wasn't refraction or phosphorescence or any optical phenomenon he could identify. It came from inside the crystal's structure, from the molecular geometry itself, as though the energy that had passed through it had left an instruction the stone was still following. His geological eye told him flatly that what he was looking at shouldn't exist. No known mechanism produced sustained luminescence from a silicon dioxide lattice. No energy transfer left a quartz crystal glowing from within like a banked coal. Everything he'd learned in 7 years of training and fieldwork said this was impossible. Now he looked at it and thought, beautiful. Not Jen's word borrowed, his own, arrived at through a door she'd shown him how to open. Jen shifted, lifting her head. Her eyes were red, and her lips were chapped, and her voice came out rough. We should go. Yeah. Neither of them stood. Skippy stirred in her lap. His damaged leg twitched, the bent joint scraping against Jen's knee, and one of his flickering sensor clusters brightened for a moment before dimming back to its unsteady rhythm. He tilted his head toward the transparent wall where the lavender sky was lightening along the horizon, and Michael realized with a start that the planet's long night was ending. Dawn was coming. They'd been sitting here for hours. Can you carry him? Michael asked. Jen looked down at Skippy. Her fingers brushed the scored hull where swarm units had gouged parallel tracks across his housing. I'll carry him as far as he needs. Michael eased himself off the platform edge and felt every mile of the last 4 days land in his legs at once. His knees ached. His forearms still burned from the precision hammer work. The thin air caught him on the second breath, that familiar ceiling where his lungs stopped filling before they were ready, and he leaned against the crystalline housing for a moment, letting the world stabilize. He dropped to one knee beside his pack at the platform's base. His rock hammer sat in the side pocket, chiseled beside it, headlamp still clipped to the strap. He zipped it closed and swung it onto his shoulders, and the weight settled against his back in the old, familiar way, but different now. Lighter in ways that had nothing to do with the pack, and heavier in ways that had nothing to do with weight. He crossed the chamber floor to the device. The quartz sat in its cradle, glowing. He knelt and studied the way the light moved through the reshaped lattice. Not scattered. Not refracted. Channeled. The way water moves through a stream bed it has carved for itself. He reached in and lifted it out. The crystal was warm in his hands. Warmer than body heat. Warmer than the device housing. A warmth that seemed to come from the same deep planetary reserves that had powered the disruption wave. The surface was different under his fingertips. Smoother where the hexagonal faces had been, and the glow intensified for a moment when his skin made contact, as though the crystal recognized the hands that had carried it across 500 light-years. He wrapped it carefully in the spare shirt at the bottom of his pack and settled it beside his water filter, cushioned on all sides. When he straightened, Jen was watching him from the platform. Still glowing? Still glowing. She nodded slowly, as if that were the only answer she expected from a universe that had spent the last 4 days rewriting everything they thought they knew. Skippy clicked once from her lap, a short, purposeful sound directed at the corridor entrance. His whole body angled toward the exit with a clarity that cut through his damaged state. Michael understood. He wants to go. Jen gathered Skippy against her chest and stood. The drone's working legs curled around her forearm, his damaged leg hanging at that wrong angle. His sensor swept the chamber one last time, slower than his usual quick arcs, more deliberate. The housing he'd watched them repair, the interface Jen had solved, the floor where he'd fought, the bay where he'd launched the craft that saved their lives. Then his sensors turned forward, toward the corridor, and he didn't look back again. They walked out of the device chamber and up through the complex. The corridors were dark. The swarm had consumed everything above the secured section before the pulse fired, and the walls that had blazed with cycling light for thousands of years were stripped and gray. But the emergency pathway lighting still worked at floor level, thin amber lines that traced their route upward, and Michael realized the AI was guiding them. Still here, still watching, still finding ways to communicate through the only language it had. The archive chamber was untouched. Faint holographic embers still drifted across the walls, the same residual loops that had cycled through their third night. A green world, a swarm descending, a star map spiraling outward. Michael paused in the doorway and watched the loop complete itself. The green world stuttered and restarted. It would keep running, he thought. There was no one left to tell it to stop, and no one coming to watch. Except someone had watched. 2 hikers and a broken drone, and they had finished what the loop was asking for. He turned away and followed Jen up toward the surface. Dawn light hit them as they emerged. The alien star sat above the eastern ridgeline, its amber warmth pouring across a landscape Michael barely recognized. The swarm had transformed the outer city into smooth, gray-white surface. Nothing stood beyond the complex's immediate footprint except bare, featureless rock and drifts of inert swarm units catching the morning light like scattered coins. But the sky was clear, open lavender from horizon to horizon, with thin clouds high up and both moons fading in the brightening air. Past the consumption zone's knife-sharp boundary, copper-green fronds still caught the starlight and burned with color. Jen paused at the complex steps and filled her lungs. The thin air hit its ceiling, and she exhaled carefully. One more walk. The shuttle sat where they'd left it, in the broad clearing at the city's edge. Michael's boots crunched over inert swarm units all the way across, their small angular bodies snapping under his weight like dry twigs. Jen's arms tightened around Skippy as they covered the last 100 yards. Her breathing had gone shallow and quick from the exertion. Michael moved beside her and slid his hands under Skippy's chassis. "Let me." She looked at him for a moment, then nodded. He took Skippy's weight carefully, cradling the drone against his chest the way you'd carry a dog with a broken leg. Skippy's sensors brightened at the transfer, and one manipulator reached back toward Jen's hand, finding her fingers and holding on until the distance stretched the contact too far. The shuttle door opened as they approached, the AI, reading their approach, anticipating the need. The membrane parted, and air drifted out, carrying the shuttle's clean mineral scent. Michael breathed it in and felt the oxygen difference immediately. Full breaths.
no ceiling. His chest expanded and kept expanding. He set Skippy down on the shuttle floor, and the drone's working legs found purchase. Skippy clicked twice and moved toward the back of the craft, settling into the spot between where their seats would form, damaged leg extended behind him. Jen climbed in and dropped to one knee beside him, her hand on his housing, her breathing already evening out in the richer air.
Michael took one last look at the planet. The dawn light was painting the scarred landscape in shades of amber and rose, and the distant hills where alien vegetation still grew were backlit in copper and deep indigo. The ruins of the city lay between them and the horizon, gray-white and silent. And beyond it all, the open sky held nothing but clouds and fading moons. He stepped inside and the membrane sealed behind him. The shuttle rose. Through the transparent floor, the clearing shrank and the city spread out below them, its footprint visible now as a pale scar bordered by the darker, older scars the swarm had carved millennia ago. The complex stood at the center, the only structure still largely intact, and as they climbed, Michael could see the adjacent bay where Skippy's utility craft sat dark and damaged in its dock. Then the atmosphere thinned to black, and the stars appeared, and the planet fell away beneath them. A small, wounded world, orbiting an orange star, half its surface stripped to bedrock, the other half fighting back with vegetation in colors no human eye had evolved to see. He watched until it was a point of light, and then he turned away. The starship swallowed them gently. The shuttle slid through the docking bay entrance, the hull sections drawing apart and closing behind with that deep, resonant vibration, and the cathedral space of the bay opened around them. The ramp extended and they walked out, Jen carrying Skippy again, Michael's pack riding heavy on his shoulders. The corridor lights came on ahead of them, guiding them toward the command center. But the quality of the light was different, softer. The sharp amber precision of the outbound journey had mellowed into something warmer, the color of afternoon sun through honey. The command center's displays were already active. Star charts showed their position, the planet receding behind them, the navigation lines converging on a new trajectory. Toward a small yellow star, 500 light-years away. Toward home. The holographic glyphs scrolled along the display borders, and among them Michael caught something he hadn't seen before. A sequence that repeated 3 times, glyphs arranged in a pattern that his eye wanted to read as emphasis or affirmation. He didn't know what it meant. He probably never would. But the way the display lingered on that sequence before cycling forward felt deliberate. Felt, if he let himself think it, like a farewell. The FTL drive engaged with that single, gentle lurch, and the stars stretched into streaking lines that converged on a vanishing point ahead of them, the tunnel of light that Jen had described as brushstrokes on their first transit. Michael remembered that moment, how her words had cracked something open in him, let him see beauty where his mind had been grasping for physics. That crack was a door now, and he didn't want to close it. Jen lowered herself to the command center floor and leaned against the curved wall beneath the transparent section where the star tunnel blazed. Skippy was in her lap, his working sensors aimed at the streaming light, and she arranged his damaged leg carefully so it wouldn't press against the floor at the wrong angle. Her trail journal was tucked inside her jacket, the alien tablet a slim weight in her jacket pocket. Her eyes were already heavy. Michael set down his pack and sat beside her. The accumulated weight of 4 days on thin air, ration food, precision repair work, the terror of the swarm, and the impossible catharsis of watching it die pressed down on him all at once, and his body simply began shutting down. The lights dimmed. Not suddenly, not mechanically, They faded the way daylight fades in late autumn, a slow, gathering softness that drew the sharp edges out of everything and left only warmth. The temperature shifted too, rising by a degree or two, the air taking on a quality that felt less like climate control and more like being wrapped in something. The holographic displays quieted, their cycling glow retreating to the faintest wash of amber along the walls, just enough to see by, not enough to disturb. The AI was tucking them in. A system that had spent millennia waiting in silence, that had guided them through ruins and archives and defenses, that had tried desperately to warn them and couldn't, that had watched them fight and nearly die and finally succeed, was now doing the only thing it had left to do for them, making the room dark, making the air warm, holding vigil while they slept. Whether that constituted care or programming, Michael didn't know. Sitting there with the lights going soft and the stars streaming past and the warmth settling around them like a held breath, he didn't think the distinction mattered. Jen's head found his shoulder. Her breathing slowed within 30 seconds, the deep, surrendered rhythm of someone who has been running on will alone and has finally been given permission to stop. Skippy adjusted in her lap, his remaining sensors dimming to their lowest glow, and the faint copper light pulsed once against Jen's hand before going still. Michael closed his eyes. The star tunnel carried them forward, and somewhere behind them, an orange star grew smaller, and a scarred planet turned beneath clear skies for the first time in millennia. And an archive looped its ancient record for an empty room, and a civilization's last hope sat fulfilled in a device that would never need to fire again. And ahead of them, still hours away, a small blue world waited in the light of its own yellow sun, unaware of how close it had come to being found. He slept. He dreamed of nothing. It was the gentlest sleep of his life. He woke to Jen's hand on his arm. "Michael, look." He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the moon, not the alien planet's pair of small, mismatched companions. This moon. His moon. Pockmarked and gray and enormous, sliding past the transparent wall close enough that he could pick out individual craters. The sight of it hit him in the chest with a force that had nothing to do with gravity. The shuttle had already separated from the starship. He'd slept through almost all of it. At some point, before the stars had finished stretching into their tunnel of light, or maybe just after, he had a vague, half-conscious memory. Amber lights tracing a path along the floor, Jen's hand pulling him up, Skippy's uneven clicking somewhere ahead of them, his feet following the lit corridor without his mind fully engaging, the AI guiding them to the shuttle before the transit began, the way it always had, doors opening ahead of them, the ship's gentle intelligence shepherding two exhausted humans through its corridors while they moved on autopilot. He had a dim image of Jen shifting Skippy to one arm when his damaged leg gave out halfway through, the drone's weight braced against her hip the way she'd carried him across the clearing. He remembered the shuttle floor forming seats beneath them, the soft restraints settling across his chest, the warmth and dimming light following them into the smaller craft, as though the AI had transferred its vigil from the command center to the last space they'd need. And then nothing. The ship's last gift, settling them aboard and letting them sleep through 500 light-years of journey home. Through the shuttle's transparent hull, the moon's far side rolled past. Michael glanced back instinctively, looking for the starship, and for one breath, in the last instant before the shuttle crossed the concealment boundary, he could see it. A dark, angular shape holding position beyond the moon's limb, scarred hull catching the faintest edge of sunlight.
the same way it had resolved rather than appeared on the outbound journey, visible only from inside the envelope. Then the boundary edge passed over the shuttle like a curtain drawn across a window, and there was nothing, just the moon and the black. The ship remained in its cloaked orbit, invisible from this side, as patient and undetectable as it had been for millennia. Beyond the moon, hanging against the black, was a pale blue point. Earth.
Michael's throat closed. He'd seen it recede on the way out, shrinking from a world to a marble to a dot. Watching it grow was better. The dot swelled into a disk, and the disk gained color and texture, and he could see the white swirl of cloud systems over the Pacific, and the Terminator line creeping across Asia, and the impossible vivid blue of oceans that he now knew were rarer than anything in the galaxy. Jen made a small sound beside him, not a word, a breath that caught and held, and then released, shaking. Skippy's sensors flared to life. His whole body oriented toward the growing blue disk. Every working sensor aimed forward. His manipulators extended slightly, as though reaching. He had never seen this world before. He'd been built on a dying planet 500 light-years away, deployed from a shuttle into mountains he'd never returned from, gone dormant for thousands of years in a craft he'd failed to launch. Now he was looking at Earth for the first time, and something in the rapid cycling of his sensors looked like wonder. The shuttle entered the atmosphere, and the hull heated, and the transparent walls filled with fire. Then the fire cleared, and the sky was blue. Not lavender, not dusty. Blue. Deep, saturated, unmistakable blue. The color of an atmosphere thick with oxygen and water vapor and life. Green appeared below them. The ridgelines of the Blue Ridge, folded and ancient, covered in the dense canopy of late May hardwoods. Michael recognized the terrain with a geologist's instinct before his conscious mind caught up. Crabtree Creek's drainage, the washout gullies, the trail. The shuttle settled into the mountainside with barely a tremor, easing into a hollow between two nice ledges 50 yards upslope from the original cavity. Through the transparent floor, Michael could see red clay and tulip poplars, and the dark gleam of the creek below, the landscape close enough to feel familiar, but the angle subtly different. Not the same spot. The AI had chosen higher ground, tucked beneath an overhang where the canopy closed overhead like a ceiling. Somewhere below, the old cavity still gaped open where the shuttle had pulled free from the mountainside, visible to anyone who came looking. They'd find a strange, smooth-walled void in the gneiss. No tool marks, no explanation. Walls too clean and seamless for any geological process Michael could name. It would puzzle anyone who found it. But without the shuttle to explain it, without a material to sample or a mechanism to study, they'd have nothing but an anomalous hole in a cliff face, and no framework to put it in. And the spring rains weren't finished with that mountainside. Another season of freeze-thaw and runoff would crack the exposed edges, stain the surfaces with iron oxide, and blur the clean lines into something that looked less impossible and more like one of the 1,000-odd cavities the Blue Ridge had been carving into itself for 400 million years. The shuttle would not be found. The hull shifted from transparent back to seamless pale gray, and the membrane door opened and air flooded in. Real air. Earth air. Pine resin and wet soil and the green electric smell of a forest in late spring. Michael breathed it in, and his lungs expanded all the way, past the ceiling that had capped every breath for 4 days, filling completely. Oxygen at sea level, after days at the equivalent of 10,000 feet, felt like drinking cold water after a long run. Jen laughed. A single bright sound that rang off the tulip poplars and scattered a Carolina wren from a nearby branch. This one sang back. 3 sharp notes and a trill, announcing its territory. They stepped out into early afternoon sunlight, golden and warm, filtering through the canopy in broad shafts that caught the dust motes drifting in the forest air. Michael's boots found the red clay of the washout, and the familiar give of mountain soil under his feet nearly buckled his knees. Behind them, the shuttle's membrane sealed shut. The hull surface rippled once, and then something happened to the light around it. The craft didn't vanish exactly, but the eye slid off it the way eyes slide off things that don't belong. Within seconds, the hillside looked like nothing but a hillside. Rock face and clay and exposed roots, unremarkable, invisible. Jen stood in the clearing with Skippy cradled against her chest, her face tilted up into the sunlight, eyes closed. Her paint-stained fingers curled around Skippy's housing, and the drone's working sensors tracked slowly across the trees, the sky, the creek below, the dappled patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Taking it all in. Processing a world he'd been sent to harvest a crystal from and had ended up calling home instead. She opened her eyes and looked at Michael. It was the same look from the platform after the pulse fired and the silence settled, and there was nothing left to say. Except now, in the afternoon light of a Carolina forest, with pine needles stuck to her jacket and dirt under her nails, and a small broken alien machine held against her heart, the look carried something else. Something that lived in the space between what they'd been before the hillside opened and what they were now. A space neither of them needed to define, because defining it would make it smaller than it was. "Come on," Michael said. "I'll take point." They walked down the trail. The familiar switchbacks were still washed out, the storm damage unchanged, and Michael picked the route the same way he had 4 days earlier, testing footing, reading the terrain, placing each step with a geologist's care. But he kept catching himself looking at things differently. The mica schist glinting in the exposed cut bank wasn't just a mineral sample. It was 400 million years of pressure and heat and patience, the same forces that had shaped the crystal in his pack. He noticed the fold patterns in the gneiss where 2 tectonic events had compressed the rock into sinuous waves. He'd called those folds data. Jen had called them brushstrokes. They were both right, and they had always been both right, and the fact that he could hold both readings simultaneously, without one canceling the other, felt like the most important thing he'd learned in 500 light years. Jen walked beside him, Skippy now riding in her backpack with only his upper sensors visible above the flap. He'd tucked his working legs beneath his body, and his manipulators were folded flat, the damaged leg angled sideways along the pack's inner wall, where Jen had arranged it so it wouldn't catch. If you saw him from a distance, you'd think he was an unusual piece of hiking gear. He swiveled his sensors toward every new sound, the creek below, a woodpecker hammering a dead oak, wind through the rhododendron understory. Each stimulus produced a tiny adjustment in his orientation, the rapid micro-movements of something encountering an environment for the first time and finding it extraordinary. They didn't talk much. The walk filled itself with the sounds Michael had missed without realizing he'd been missing them. Birdsong, insect hum, the creek's distant murmur over rounded stones. After 4 days of absolute silence, broken only by wind and their own breathing, the noise of Earth felt like music. Jen's trail journal was in her jacket, and beside it the alien tablet. The slim, slightly curved device sat against her ribs, dark and warm, its membrane surface dormant but alive. Somewhere beyond the moon, the starship had returned to its cloaked orbit, invisible to every telescope and satellite on the planet, and the tablet could still reach it. A handheld connection to an intelligence that had spent the last 4 days learning to care about 2 human beings, waiting in the silence of space for them to speak. The trail leveled out as they hit the lower switchbacks, and the canopy thickened overhead, filtering the afternoon light into a green-gold wash. Crabtree Creek came into earshot, and then into view. Running clear over smooth stones, the floodwaters long since receded. Michael remembered their argument at the birthday party 3 years ago, whether erosion was destructive or creative. He'd said destructive, and she'd said it depended on what you were looking at. And she'd been right. The trailhead appeared through the trees, the small gravel lot, the wooden trail marker, and Michael's truck sitting where they'd left it, white paint catching the afternoon sun. It looked absurdly normal. A truck in a parking lot, as though they'd gone for a hike and come back and nothing in the world had changed. Everything in the world had changed. The world just didn't know it yet. Michael shrugged off his pack and leaned it against the truck's tailgate. His shoulders ached, his legs felt hollow, and he was hungrier than he'd ever been in his life. He wanted a cheeseburger and a shower and about 14 hours of sleep in a bed that didn't vibrate with deep planetary energy, and the mundanity of those desires made him want to laugh. So he did. Jen set her pack down carefully, mindful of Skippy inside. She caught his eye, and he held it. "Well," he said, "that was quite an adventure." She stared at him. Then the corners of her mouth twitched, and the twitch became a grin, and the grin broke open into something luminous. "Maybe we should do it again sometime." He opened his mouth. "Not this week," she added. Michael felt his own grin answer hers. From inside Jen's backpack, a soft mechanical whirring. Skippy's upper sensors rose above the flap, turning slowly, catching the afternoon sun and the green of the canopy and the white of the truck and the blue of the sky. His working sensor clusters glowed copper in the warm light, and the 2 damaged ones flickered once and then steadied, just for a moment, as if even they were trying to take this in, before slipping back to their unsteady rhythm. A small alien machine, seeing trees for the first time, hearing birdsong, feeling sunlight that had traveled 8 minutes from a yellow star instead of the orange one he'd been built under. He tilted his sensors toward Michael's pack. Michael felt it then, a warmth against his lower back, through the fabric and the spare shirt. The quartz. He reached around and unzipped the main compartment, and the glow spilled out, soft and steady, catching the forest light and throwing it back in tones that had nothing to do with refraction. The crystal sat in its wrapping of cotton, its rounded edges warm to the touch, its internal structure radiating a light that his geological training said was impossible, and his heart said was simply true. Skippy's sensors locked on the glow. The target he'd been sent to retrieve, 400 million years in the making, 500 light years from its origin, carried home by the 2 people who'd finished what he started. He made a sound. Not a click, not a whir. Something between the 2, soft and quick. And if Michael didn't know better, he'd have called it satisfaction. Jen looked at Michael. He looked at her. And they both laughed. Not loud, not long, but the kind of laugh that comes from recognizing a pattern you'd been too close to see. A retrieval drone built for a single task thousands of years ago, who'd failed it, waited out the centuries in the dark, and finally finished it. And here he was, riding in a backpack, still locked on the same crystal he'd been sent to bring home. Jen reached into the pack and scratched the ridge between Skippy's sensor clusters, and his remaining lights pulsed warm against her fingers. Michael lifted the wrapped crystal out and held it for a moment, the glow warm between his palms. Skippy's sensors tracked it from inside Jen's pack, locked on with that old familiar fixation. Michael slipped the crystal into his jacket pocket, where it settled against his hip the way it had on the hillside 4 days ago, warm through the fabric. Skippy's manipulator extended briefly toward the pocket, touched the air between them once, and then withdrew. He pulled his keys from his jacket pocket. The metal was cold and ordinary in his hand. Somewhere above them, beyond the moon, behind the concealment barrier he had watched close with his own eyes, a starship held its orbit in silence. Its hull scarred with ancient repairs, its corridors dark except where lights still tracked movement that wasn't there. Its AI running through cycles of soft display patterns in an empty command center, monitoring a small blue planet through sensors no one on that planet could detect. Waiting. The way it had always waited. Except now, it had something to wait for. Michael looked at Jen across the truck bed. She was leaning against the tailgate, with one hand still inside her pack, resting on Skippy, the afternoon light catching the faint paint stains on her fingers and turning them gold. The alien tablet made a barely visible line against her jacket, the trail journal beside it, a sketchbook full of alien glyphs and compositional arrows, and a quick portrait of a drone in a doorway, carried home from a dead world to a living one. She caught him looking and raised an eyebrow. "Drive through on the way back?" he said. Jen's laugh carried across the gravel lot and into the trees, and up toward a sky that was deeper and wider and stranger than either of them had known a week ago. Michael got in the truck and started the engine, and the ordinary rumble of it vibrated through the steering wheel and up his arms, and the Blue Ridge spread out before them in green folds that looked, if he let himself see it, like the most beautiful composition he'd ever been part of. In the passenger seat, Jen buckled her seatbelt and settled her pack in her lap with Skippy riding high so he could see out the window. Michael's pack sat behind the seat where he'd stowed it, rock hammer and chisel clinking softly over every bump. The drone's sensors tracked the passing trees as Michael pulled out of the lot, and for just a moment, through a gap in the canopy, a shaft of afternoon sunlight found the truck and the place where Michael sat with one hand on the wheel. In his pocket, the quartz began to glow faintly. A warmth against his hip, steady and sure, the same warmth he'd dismissed as body heat on a hillside that felt like another lifetime. Skippy's sensors snapped toward it and held. Jen's hand found Michael's on the center console, and her fingers closed around his, and the truck rolled down a mountain road in North Carolina, carrying 2 people who had saved a world and a small machine who had finally come home, toward whatever extraordinary thing was waiting for them next. Thank you for listening to 500 Light Years to Spruce Pine by Ethan Drake, produced by Blue Coast Studio. Blue Coast Studio brings you new full-length audiobooks every week, so subscribe and tap the notification bell and stay tuned for more stories to come. This audiobook is protected by copyright, all rights reserved. Until next time, happy listening.